Bwrdd Croeso. Good morning. Welcome everyone to today's public board meeting. This is the last meeting of the current financial year, and we've got items on the agenda today looking forward into our next year as a special health authority, our second year as a special health authority. Just extend a warm welcome to all the board members. And also, we have a colleague from Audit Wales, Nathan Couch, who is observing the meeting, who we can't see, but I know you're there, Nathan, and you're very welcome. And also to all members of the public who've joined us for this live stream. And as people are aware, after the meeting, a recording will be available via our website. We're using digital platforms for the meetings still. We're currently looking, which I may mention a little bit further on in my report, looking at where we do and feel able to move to hybrid, and we will obviously keep people informed here and via our website on the consideration of that. Simultaneous translation is available. Everyone on the meeting knows how to access that and should have that enabled. And just to remind you and those watching that if we're not looking at the screen and looking directly at the camera, we're not in any way trying to be rude. We're surrounded by papers, and some of us have got another screen on our left. So if we don't happen to be looking directly at you, it's for no reason other than we're trying to keep abreast of the meeting. We've also I'm not going to go round up the whole board for people to introduce themselves, but we are going to be joined by some people later who I'm sure will introduce themselves when they are present. We've got Ian Cox and Tracy Norris from the service desk who are presenting the shared learning presentation in a little while, and then Rebecca Cook and Ian Williams for the National Data Resource item later in the agenda. I have only received one apology from Andrew Fletcher, who is not feeling particularly well at the moment. And we do hope that, well, first of all, we hope it isn't COVID, and we do wish him a speedy recovery from whatever is ailing him at the moment. I've got no other apologies, and I see everyone here, so I can move on then. Declarations of interest. No one has indicated any specific declarations of interest, but just for the record, does anyone have anything they'd like to draw to our attention now? Thank you very much indeed. If I then move on to the consent agenda. Sorry, I was wondering whether to take the presentation first. You have the consent agenda in front of you. You've had a chance to look at that. I've mentioned one minor amendment in the middle. No one has raised anything in advance. Is anyone got anything they want to raise on the consent agenda? No, thank you very much. So what we are being asked to do is to approve the minutes from the board meeting held on the 27th of January, but there is one minor amendment that Claire brought to our attention, which is around a date, I think it is, Claire, and that minor amendment has been made in item 2.1. We're noting that there were no actions on the action log that needs to be undertaken. We're noting the contents of the forward work plan. We're noting the annual, and there are a number of these you'll have seen in the papers, the annual committee effectiveness and self-assessment reports. And we're approving the annual committee and advisory group reports. And we're noting the board effectiveness self-assessment report. And we're noting the health and care standards report. People can obviously happy and consent with that. So I'll move straight on to the main agenda now. I should have mentioned we're doing take two breaks. We'll take a short break after section 4, and then a longer break to enable people to get some lunch after section 5. And the aim, I think, is to complete the meeting by 2:30. So if I move into the section item 3.1, the shared listening and learning presentation. And I'll ask Rydian to introduce this item. We're going to hear from the development improvement journey of the service desk, which I know has been considerable. And I've had conversations with Tracy in the past. I'm very much looking forward to this presentation this morning. Over to you, Rydian, if you'd like to introduce the item, and then I'm sure we'll be joined then by Ian and Tracy.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Digital Healthcare Wales, as you know, is focused on user experience, both in the design of our software and the support that we provide for our users. Staff on the help desk are frontline facing, and they have the unenviable task of often trying to diffuse and solve problems from frustrated callers. And often those frustrated callers are clinical staff who are under pressure and systems that are interfering with their workflow and affecting their productivity and ultimately their ability to see patients. My experience of the service desk has been excellent, particularly through remote working in COVID, and I've had lots of feedback from colleagues about their performance. I'm looking forward to this presentation that will take you through how they are objectively measuring what we deliver as an organisation in the support of our users. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Bwrdd, for that introduction. And I'd like to say thanks to the chair and members of the board, really for this opportunity to allow us to share what we think is a good story around some of the improvements that we've made within the service desk, certainly in the last few years. Could I move to the next slide, please? As Bwrdd mentioned there, we are, within the service desk, we are the first point of contact for the wider service. Our primary role is to provide service and support to NHS Wales organisations that use and consume our IT services. We are described as first line support. We are that first point of contact. We are the initial team working to resolve IT issues and requests. And we do this at some scale. Typically, we'll deal with around 20,000 support tickets a month. They'll come in via a number of ways, via our self-service portal. We take support requests via email, and also via the traditional means via our telephone. We support users and organisations across the length and breadth of the country, and increasingly outside our geography too. And we operate 365 days a year. Around about 3 years ago, just over 3 years ago, we embarked on an improvement programme, which is based around the international best standard for service desks, which is run by an organisation called the Service Desk Institute. Now, we've been successful in attaining certification against that standard. It's based on a maturity model. We're currently at 3 stars. 5 stars is the ultimate aim. But we have made considerable improvements in the last few years. And really, this presentation now focuses on some of those areas that we have enhanced through that journey. Next slide, please. The first area, and arguably the most important, is around managing the customer experience. So the other phrase which is often used to describe us is the front door. So often the main point of contact, sometimes the only point of contact really that service users have with our organisation. So that puts us in a really unique position to collect feedback. We have historically collected feedback from end users and organisations. That's typically been a point in time survey, rather than a continual process. We've changed that. We now collect feedback all the time, and we've also extended where we receive that feedback or how we collect that feedback. Every single interaction with the service desk is an opportunity for us to collect feedback and to help drive service improvement or reaffirm the things that we are doing right. So we've introduced a system which pulls feedback from several sources. The feedback hub, which was introduced early last year. we've developed that for the service desk use, but the great thing is now that other parts of our organization are using that feedback to help them drive and improve their services. So examples include the primary care team and our service accounts team. Could I ask, move to the next slide, please? I just want to give you one example, really, of feedback we've collected. This report shows feedback from GP practices during 2021. The first thing we do is categorize the feedback. So we split it into categories such as person, so has the feedback directly named an individual within our team in terms of how they've supported that that interaction, or whether it relates to the team, a process, or the service itself. This feedback, certainly you can see from the chart here that a lot of it is related to individuals, and on the whole, almost always that is very positive feedback. Now, historically, we weren't using that feedback. We are now routinely feeding that back to those individuals and their team leaders, their managers, and that forms part of our reward and recognition and quality management process that we've put in. It's routinely, that feedback would be routinely reviewed with line managers in one-to-ones or through personal development reviews. Could I ask we move to the next slide, please? Thank you. After we've categorized that feedback, we perform something called sentiment analysis. And this is essentially to look and see whether that feedback is positive or negative in nature, or sometimes neutral. I'm really pleased to say that overall, if we look over the last 5 years, customer satisfaction being a very important KPI for us, that we have improved over that period. And as the chart shows here, we consistently are meeting or exceeding our customer satisfaction KPIs. Could I ask we move to the next slide, please? The final area around our customer experience program, and again, is to better understand the organizations and the users we support. We've introduced something called profiling, organizational profiling. So the example here shows the organizational profile for the NHS Wales Shared Services Partnership, who we provide service to. It's a lot on here, but at the top, certainly along the top of the dashboard, it's showing which services they're using. So the main services that that organization has used. The middle area of the dashboard here shows when support is required. So when calls are coming into the service desk, that helps us with planning our staffing and our rotas. And the bottom area here shows how those requests are coming into us, so the contact method. Now that's really useful for us. One of the things we are trying to do is move away from email as a method for contact, because it's unstructured and is not the most efficient way, probably the least efficient way actually to provide service. We want to move away from email to do more self-service. So we're able to regularly use this information to help have those conversations with organizations to see if we can improve and drive different methods for providing, more effective methods for providing support. Could I ask we move to the next slide, please? The next area is around managing our employee satisfaction. Similarly to our customers, we collect feedback from our employees. We do this routinely. There are opportunities for employees to suggest improvements and to lead on them. We issue a weekly health and well-being survey to staff as well. We brought that in swiftly after we moved to remote working 2 years ago. We have a structured training and development program. One of the challenges we have within the service desk, we have a relatively high churn in staff. Now, most of the staff that leave the service desk are moving into other roles within DHCW, which is fantastic as for the organization as a whole. It does pose some challenges to us within the service desk in terms of maintaining service. What we've had to do in response to that really is look at how we can accelerate the training and development for new starters, as well as ensuring that our staff are receiving refresher training and are continually learning. So we have a relatively new structured training and development program. Again, we've collected feedback from that, and we've had fabulous feedback from the staff that have joined the organisation in the last year. The other area I mentioned earlier is around quality management. So this is something we've introduced in recent years. I will show you a little bit about an example of what we've done on quality management in a moment. But all of these measures then we feed into the other thing which we have set up for staff, which is a reward and recognition scheme. This again is hugely popular. We have a number of awards that we issue to staff on a regular basis. People's Choice, it seems to be the really popular one, which is a peer review award. The WOW award, best individual performance, best team. It keeps Tracy very busy, I think, in handing out awards and the team every month. But it does certainly drive positive behaviours, and it is something which is seen as a very positive thing for the staff. Can I ask we move to the next slide, please? In terms of quality management, I just wanted to give you an example really of what we do around call handling. So every call, a subset of calls for every member of our staff is analysed each month. And we check things such as, at the beginning of the call, was the call answered bilingually? Did the analyst use their welcoming and friendly manner? Was the minimum information captured? This is showing here, as I say, the start of the call. We look at the middle and end as well. But for illustration purposes here, I just wanted to highlight some of the things we do check. Could I ask next slide? Thank you. So all of this feeds into, again, another very important KPI, key performance indicator for us in the service desk, which are our quality measures. And I'm really pleased to say the things that we put in are driving positive improvement, and we're seeing, as the chart displays here, certainly over the last 12 months, a really marked improvement in the overall quality. We're now regularly meeting or exceeding that. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next area is around people management. I've already mentioned it, and we all know that we all moved to remote working 2 years ago. I continue to be amazed by how well that works for us as a service desk. We weren't able to do it without putting change in. When we did so, we introduced a number of things to help. Online training being one. We introduced a buddy system for staff. We introduced something called, again, leveraging our technology, an Ask Someone channel. That is hugely popular. We have a response time of less than 1 minute. So for new starters coming in who need help and support, the Ask Someone channel is their first port of call. They have a wide pool of staff who respond very quickly. We have daily huddles. We hold daily huddles with staff, as well as obviously having, where we can, try and have that face-to-face interaction, and particularly when it comes to onboarding new staff. We moved to 7-day working early in 2021. That was the second big change for us, really, after moving to remote working. I don't think we would have coped with such an increase in headcount had we not had the structured training program and all the things I've talked about so far in place to help onboard those staff. Can I ask we move to the next slide, please? The last area really is around leadership. This is historically, I think the service desk haven't taken as much of a leadership role as they should have. That is something that we want to change. We have an ambition to lead the organization on the service improvements that we identify here. As already been mentioned, we Another way of describing us would be the voice of the customer. We are very close to the customer, with the closest part of the organization to the actual end user and the customer. We very often identify problems first. We want to put solutions in to fix those problems. And we don't want them to just be service desk things. We want them to be whole organization changes. So there are a couple of examples here where we've taken things that we've developed in the service desk, and we have taken them further and made them available to the wider organisation or to NHS Wales. The e-learning system that we set up for the service desk is a good example. That is now available to the whole of NHS Wales, and is very popular. We've also driven changes around productivity and security. An example would be a recent change that we've put forward around allowing users to reset their passwords themselves. Next slide, please. So where next? And I will be very quick through this. Essentially, we want to do more. We want to do more at the service desk. We want to increase things like what we can fix at the service desk and what we can fix at first contact. And some of the areas that we really want to focus on this next year: improved automation. We want to empower end users to do more themselves. We want to transfer knowledge and some of the work from the other support teams within DHCW. We also want to move into an area of proactive support. So we are in the early stages of testing a tool to measure end user experience. So we hope that system is going to lead to us having information which is going to drive proactive support. So making changes before the end user realizes they have an issue is our aim. And of course, we want to continue our journey on progressing and maturing against the standard, the STI certification. We have our audit, next audit in December, and we are aiming for 4 stars at that time. Final slide for me, if we could move on, please, is a thank you slide. We've got a bit of wall of feedback that we've had from organizations over the last year. And just finally to say that we were finalists. We were shortlisted for the Best Service Desk Award 2020, which we were really proud of to get to that position, given the competition we had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. Sorry that slight delay. I was looking for the mute button where it is in Teams rather than where it is in Zoom. And I know Chris is having some kit problem out there because I've seen him moving around, which is why he's currently not in the meeting. Thank you very much, Ian. Who'd like to kick off? Ruth, then Helen, then Marion, then Grace.
Thank you, Ian, and thank you, Tracy. Big fan of the work of the service desk. I think I know we've spoken before, and you're doing some fantastic stuff there. I suppose my question would be, what would be the one thing, if you could ask the board for something to help and support you, that would help you with your journey? What is it you would ask us for? Okay, well,
probably rather surprisingly, it wouldn't have pound signs in front of it. We would, I think the thing for us, and it comes back to the thing I said right at the end, where next? We want to do more at the service desk. And to do that, really, we need other parts of the organization to work with us, to impart knowledge, to commit the time to do that. For them to realize that is a good thing for them, because it'll allow them to focus on, if you like, high value work. Now we have really good engagement. We do have good engagement with those teams. There are some areas we need to do more work with. So I think support for that, if we can get support from the board to, back and support us in that endeavor, it'll be a change to a way of working for some parts of the organization, but a positive change. So I think that would be the main area for us. That really is where we see our focus and where where we can improve next.
Thanks. And Tracy, do come in and just let me know if you want to add anything, but just wave and I'll see. Helen.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to kind of congratulate Ian and Tracy and thank them really on behalf of the exec team and the board for the leadership and the leadership that they've shown, particularly over the last few years. I think the improvement trajectory you've gone through, I think it is fantastic, to be honest, and rightly recognised as part of the Service Desk Industry Awards. I think, you know, amazing to get shortlisted in the way that you did. So I just want to say that, and the kind of the use of the data and the way that you're using that data to improve, I think is a great example that I think a lot of our teams can learn from that, Ian, as you say. And I think actually now that we're getting the sorts of feedback, but also that we've got the service desk working in the way that you have now, actually looking for those further opportunities to kind of, you know, enhance the training and the opportunity for the staff on the service desk, and therefore really kind of operate in prudent values to the way that we want all of our teams to operate at the top of their license, I think is a great suggestion. And yeah, I would endorse us working with you on seeing how we could take that forward. So yeah, just to say thank you.
Thanks, Helen.
Marion, then Grace.
Diolch Cadeirydd, and I'm going to speak in Welsh, if I may. Ian, llongyfarchiadau mawr ar y perfformiad, mae hwn yn wych. Mae gwasanaeth mewn ffenest siop mor bwysig i ni fel sefydliad. Ac ar nodyn personol, mae rhaid i ddweud, do'n i ddim yn synnu o weld ymateb mor gadarnhaol gan staff a'r handdeiliaid, achos dyna'n wir ydy'n profiad i, mae gwasanaeth wedi bod yn rhagorol. O'n i'n awyddus i ofyn cwestiwn am ddwyieithrwydd. Braf gweld bod ni'n llwyddo i ateb y rhan fwyaf o'n galwadau yn y ddwy iaith, ond o'n i'n awyddus i wybod beth yw'r capacity sydd gyda ni i gynnig gwasanaeth llawn drwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg, a beth yw'n cynlluniau ni i gryfhau'r ddarpariaeth dros y misoedd nesaf. Dyn ni yn disgwyl strategaeth iaith Gymraeg yn dod i'r bwrdd, ond o'n i'n meddwl sy'n gofyn y cwestiwn yma i chi rwan. Diolch yn fawr.
Yeah, thank you, Marianne. Yes, we do have a Welsh language service within the service desk, which we introduced around about 18 months ago now. There are challenges in recruitment. I think there's challenges in recruitment in general, but there are challenges in recruiting Welsh speakers into the service desk. We have met with our new Welsh language manager recently, and she's going to help us look at how we can improve and increase the number of Welsh speakers we have. At the moment, we have 6 Welsh speakers within the team. I'm pleased to say we have another 2 new starters soon who are also Welsh speakers. So, but it is something we want to certainly increase and make that, you know, a sustainable service for the service desk. So.
Thank you, Ian. Grace, and then Rowan.
Diolch. Inspired by Marion. Allai ddim cofio ti dweud beth rwy'n moyn dweud nawr. Yn Gymraeg, achos dwi'n mynd i yma ar siarad a pawb. Gwaith gwych I gyd. So great job, everybody. What I wanted to say was just to check in, because it's amazing to see the development and the use of data to drive improvement. And I just had a quick question about the process. So in terms of the feedback hub using this information, is there any feedback to the people who are calling in that what they're sharing is actually being used to drive improvement? Because I think it can be really useful that people know not only have they had a roadblock and we're fixing that, but we're also using that data to make the service better overall. Because I always think that when people complain, it can be really valuable and they're kindly giving us feedback in some way on how our product is performing in the field.
Yeah.
And in real life situations. And so how we let people know the difference that it makes can, I think, also be something else that we potentially offer. So I just wondered if that's something that is happening or would happen.
Yeah, it is to a point, but we have plans to do exactly what you suggested there, which is to provide response to all feedback where that has led to a change or an improvement. So just to explain what we do at the moment, where we have feedback which is negative in nature, that might be an end user who's not happy with the process that we've taken them through, or they don't feel their issue is being resolved. We follow up individually with those. So that is a phone call to that individual or to that team to understand a bit more about the issue and hold a hand up if we have not served them well, but then to agree with them on how we can improve that process going forward. So we're certainly interacting with as I say, the areas of negative feedback directly with users in that instance. Generally, if there are themes that come through the feedback which lead to service improvement plans, it does form part of the agenda that we have when we have service reviews with organizations. So we'll sit down with them and we'll say, we've had, I don't know, 300 positive responses from your organization over the quarter. These were some of the suggestions. We've taken them and these are feeding into, project X or Y. So that's another element, I suppose, of where we are playing it back to the organizations, maybe not at an individual level, but certainly at the organizational level. But what we want to do is make the feedback hub available longer term to those organizations, so that they can see those service improvement activity without us having to share it with them. I hope that goes some way to answering that question for you, Grace.
It does, thank you. It unpacks it a lot, really. And I guess I was just wondering overall, when you end the, because you give me some great detail there, and that sounds really important. And I'm wondering, is there something on a more individual level that when you end the interaction, you say that thank you, I thank you I hope we've given you what you need today. Is there something there that would also say, and of course, your feedback is really valuable and we're going to feed it back into service improvement overall?
Absolutely. Every contact we have. So for instance, if it's a remote support session, at the end of that session, we try and capture feedback from the end user. So there's a scoring system, if you like, from dissatisfied to satisfied, plus an opportunity as well for commentary. All of that comes back into our feedback hub and our feedback process that we have.
Thank you, Grace. Rowan and then Chris.
So Ian and Tracy, I just wanted to say firstly, thank you for an outstanding presentation and a really good example of how the service desk is essentially acting as a microcosm of what the broader organization is trying to achieve, because that was just an excellent lesson in how being on top of the data drives performance improvements. And that's essentially what DHCW is trying to do together with the wider service. So outstanding. And just really to reflect on the thoughts that you provoked in that presentation. You certainly sort of kindled some ideas for me. I'm delighted to hear that you don't retain staff, that they go on into the wider organization, because I think you are, through your activity, a wonderful front door and establishing a service-minded culture across the wider organization. So I think you're probably a bit of a secret weapon. Secondly, in the presentation of that dashboard on the shared services partnership, I would be really interested to see that breakdown across, our wider service catalogue, because I think your point about being the voice of the customer, being able to present that data broken down by each of the solutions that we provide would be an insight both into the usability and the use levels of those catalogues and those products, which would be really valuable in terms of us as a wider organization assigning investment and resource. And I think the other bit that really kind of sung out to me was your wider staff recognition program. And I think there's something in that perhaps the organization can think about more widely when it comes to other aspects in the organization, like our cyber training. Can we use some of what the service desk has established in the organization more widely for other things? So I'm really impressed, both of you, Ian and Tracy, and actually, Rydian, thank you. This is a really great listening and learning session as we come out of our first year of an organization, and I think it's reminded me that as we get back into perhaps more office working, I would love to come and spend a couple of hours with the service desk and just see what the frontline messages at the front door is for the organization. So thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks, Rowan.
More than welcome.
Yeah, I suspect that would be something a lot of us would like to do. I've done it in the past, is listening in on for a little while. Oh, the hands have gone down. Chris, you had your hand up. Are you okay now?
So I will come in if that's okay. So I was being too efficient putting it down before I was asked.
And then Carwyn.
I was just wanted to thank you, Tracy and Ian. That was fantastic. I was just wanted to respond back to Marion actually on the Welsh language point and just broaden it to some of the work being done across the organisation. So the Welsh language scheme is something obviously we've worked on, and it's been with the Welsh Language Commissioner's Office. Our Welsh Language Services Manager is meeting the Commissioner's Office next week. That's really important. As soon as we can get that agreed and approved, we can start our public consultation on that scheme and really promote the work that we're doing. The other big bit of work is the bilingual skills strategy that we're working on, which I think is going to be really important in terms of support to departments across the organisation in embedding the standards. But it's more than just the standards, it's the cultural aspect of us being a national organisation and a bilingual organisation. And that's what we're really keen to promote. And I think the service desk certainly showcased some of that today.
Thanks, Chris. And Carwyn. You're on mute, Carwyn.
Sorry. Yeah, I was just going to switch to Welsh. I was going to answer Rowan's point. So I ateb pwynt Rowan a sut mae'r gwaith mae'r desg gwasanaethau yn cael ei rolio allan ar draws y sefydliad. So un o'r pethau dwi'n digwydd bod yn cadeirio'r grŵp iechyd y lles o fewn Iechyd y Gofal Digidol Cymru. A ni wedi mynd â nifer o gynigion i'r cyfarwyddwyr ar bethau rydyn ni'n bwriadu i rolio allan ar draws Iechyd y Gofal Digidol Cymru yn y maes iechyd a lles. A un o'r rheini yw ar y gwaith ar boddhad y gweithwyr. A mae hwnnw yn gysylltiad clir rhwng hapusrwydd neu boddhad y gweithwyr, y staff sydd gyda ni. Wrth gwrs, gyda'r gwaith mae nhw'n ei gwneud ar beth ni'n cael allan ohonyn nhw. So ni'n nawr yn un o'r pethau ni'n ar grŵp iechyd a lles yn cwrdd fori a ni'n weithio mas shwt ni'n mynd i gymeryd y gwaith hynna yn benodol a rolio hwnna allan ar draws Iechyd a Gofal Digidol Cymru.
Thank you, Carwyn. Okay. Oh, hang on. We wait for Yola to mute. There we go. Thank you for all of the comments, which are clearly highly supportive and appreciative of all the work that the service desk does. And Tracy knows this because I told her when we first met. In a previous life, I had the pleasure of introducing computers, internet and email into an organization of which I was chief executive, and I ended up as the service desk. And since that moment, I have had nothing but absolute admiration for the work of people on the service desk. Because I don't have the patience, I'm absolutely certain of that. So really appreciative of the work that the team does, and hugely admiring of the improvement journey that you've been on and that you still see you want to be on. I know we're pressed for time, but there is a question I'd like to just briefly ask, because it's great you're a pipeline to the rest of the organization, and I'm sure you're really proud to have your people who started work in the service desk moving into other areas. But and we've talked a little about the Welsh language, but what about the challenges of, the general challenges of recruitment into your team, and where are you, for example, in terms of vacancies at the moment, and how difficult is it to get people in?
Do you want to take this one, Tracy?
Yeah, I think recruitment for us isn't an issue, it's the retention that is the issue. And we've currently got 4 vacancies out at the moment. We tend on average lose about 2 staff a month, which is quite a lot. So I think there's a couple of things we can introduce. Potentially we're going out to recruit 4 staff at a time. So we're always sort of got that throughput of people coming, that they're there ready, they're trained, ready to go whilst other people are moving on. And so we are looking at our recruitments more so our retention strategy as opposed to our recruitment strategy, because we can get the right people in. It's keeping them for longer than a year is what we would like to do.
And a good number of those are going into other bits of the organization then, rather than leaving.
95% go to within, the rest go to other NHS organizations or other public sector organizations.
Absolutely, it's a big challenge, isn't it? You get great people, get bright people, and then you lose them to somewhere else. So okay, thank you very much for that. As I say, really appreciative of all the work you do, and it was a very informative and helpful presentation on the work of the service desk, which, as I think Ridian mentioned right at the beginning, is our front door. It's very much our door on the world, or at least some part of it. So thank you very much, Ian. Thank you very much, Tracy.
Thank you.
So,
thank you.
If I move on then to the next item, which is my report, and you've had that in the papers, so I won't go through it item by item, but perhaps just pick out a couple of items to emphasize. As I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we are looking at ways in which we hold our meetings in the future, and whether they be digitally on platforms like this, or in other ways. And certainly we're looking at our board development days as trying to move them into a hybrid mode, recognizing individual needs of those and issues faced by those people who would be attending those. So we are looking at ways in which we can address that. I think I forgot to mention at the beginning of the meeting that we are now recording committees that are held in public in line with best practice, and they will be on the website to be able to access in the same way as board meetings are from the 1st of April. Apologies for forgetting to mention that at the beginning. Then if I just, people might be aware, or certainly the board are, that the government inquiry and COVID inquiry terms of reference are now published for comment. We will be looking at the particular areas that are relevant to us, and you'll see those that are identified in the bulleted in my report. And as people will know, we have already had a briefing with shared services, legal and risk people around our approach to the inquiry, and I'm sure there'll be something we get considerably more information on as we move forward. The last All Wales Chair Peer Group meeting, there's two issues I'd particularly like to draw to your attention. I raised the issue in that group, as we are doing in all groups where we meet with others within NHS Wales, the absolute imperative of being on top of the game in terms of cybersecurity at the moment, and that and the best we can do is to Carwyn knows a great deal more than myself about this, and there's a lot of work going on, as you would expect, between ourselves and the rest of the NHS, but we are taking every opportunity to reinforce the need for cybersecurity. There was also a very helpful discussion on the newly formed independent member digital network, and the chair's very supportive of the work of that network, and I'm sure it's going to do be a very useful forum for conversations and discussions into the future, ably chaired by David. Then just moving on to item 2.8 in my report, board champions. As independent members will know, as we went through the objective setting exercise, which is referred to in my report, we talked about the board champion roles and what will be coming. I think it's to the May meeting, I think, isn't it, Chris? Some more detailed thinking about how we can turn the board champion roles that people have agreed to take on into something that is meaningful for us as an organization, and the relationship between board champion role and the board. So that will be bringing that forward back in the May meeting. It seems to be sometimes to take 2 steps forward and 1 step back on this one. The independent member vacancy that people are aware of is indeed now live on the Welsh Government's public appointments website. If there are people watching who are alarmed, who are interested in applying, and I very much encourage people to do so, but are alarmed by the closing date of the 4th of April, as it's stated, it is because they have made an error, and we are endeavouring to get that changed on the website to a date which will not be before April the 15th. I could say more, but you could not believe how difficult it is, and the process you have to go through to change a date from the 4th to the 18th, which you would have thought would be quite simple. So if there are people watching who are concerned about the deadline, do not be concerned about that deadline. It will be no earlier than April the 15th when we have managed to sort out the change. I think that's all I wanted to particularly. Oh no, sorry, just perhaps pick up a little bit, some of which we're coming back to in this meeting. In terms of our last board development meeting, we looked at the integrated medium-term plan, which is coming for formal approval to this meeting later in the agenda, and also the national data resource data strategy, which again is coming back coming to this meeting for formal endorsement, and then our cloud strategy for approval. And we also, and I forget the name of the unit, it's the cybersecurity unit, which the national UK government, which is based in GCHQ. We had a very helpful and informative presentation from someone whose surname we will never know around cybersecurity and the work that is being done, and this is why we're emphasising what needs to be done with NHS Wales. Obviously, there is heightened concern at the moment in view of the Russian state involvement in cyber activity over recent years. That's all I wanted to highlight out of my report. If there's anything anyone has any questions on or wants to pick up on, please just raise your hand, and if not, I will hand over to Helen to go through your report. Helen.
Diolch, Chair. Bwrdd. Morning, everyone. So I'm just going to pick up a couple of highlights, appreciating that colleagues will have read the paper. So just to draw to your attention, we're still providing support and services to support the pandemic response, particularly TTP and of course very particularly the vaccine programme at the moment, and I'll touch on that a bit later. We have a monthly staff briefing. I know you're aware of that, and we took the opportunity in February to survey the staff, and I'm grateful to our staff for participating in our in the vote that we took on the vision statements that we as a board had come up with in our previous development session. I'm pleased to say we had a winner of that, and we've now incorporated the vision to provide world-leading digital services, empowering people to live healthier lives, and that is now part of the IMTP that you will see later on the agenda when Michelle goes through that. Just a quick update on digital medicines. formerly known as e-prescribing. E-prescribing is still very much a huge element of this portfolio of programmes, but there are 4, as colleagues will be aware. Just to say that the programme director and the programme team are now in post, and a lot of activity going on in that area. There has been early work in advance of them coming into post, and we are now out to tender for the electronic prescribing and meds administration element of out to tender for the framework for that element of the portfolio. So a lot more that we will be updated on that in future meetings. I also want to update you on the latest situation with the appointment of the exec director roles. Colleagues will be aware that we made 2 successful appointments at the back end of 2021. Unfortunately, the director of operations that was appointed at that time has had to pull out for personal reasons. So we're preparing to go out again for a substantive recruitment. In the meantime, I am securing an interim exec director that I'm hopeful will take up a position in the next couple of weeks to support us over that interim period whilst we find a replacement for that post. And just to say that Evan Evans, our Director of Strategy, will be joining us officially from tomorrow, but it is his birthday, so we will allow him that day's leave, and he will be joining us from Monday. We will have the Director of People join us from the first week of May, so we're looking forward to welcoming Sarah Jane Taylor into that post, and I'm hopeful to get the advert out for the Director of Primary Community Mental Health Digital Services within the next month. The job description is currently being evaluated at the moment. WCCIS, the Welsh Community Care Information System, one of the major strategic programmes that we support as an organisation. They've undertaken a strategic review recently, and that's been published. That was commissioned jointly by the SROs and the sponsors in Welsh Government. And the newly appointed programme director to that programme is now working through the action plans, the implementation plans to implement the recommendations and working with Welsh Government on some of that work as well. So I think we'll be discussing that in future meetings also. We had a really good exec-to-exec discussion with colleagues at Health Education Improvement Wales just recently, and really just picking up on the key areas that we want to focus on with HCIW going forward. So quite a bit around how we would, the workforce transformation and the workforce kind of digital enablement was a key focus really of the discussion, and how we can kind of jointly take that forward and ensure that strategically things are aligned between our work around the promotion of the digital professional and how we're going to expand and support and transform kind of our workforce over coming years, aligned with the support that's needed for the broader health and care workforce. So it's really good and lots of close work in going forward. Just briefly, I did submit an accountable officer letter into Welsh Government to set out that we are confident that we will submit our balanced plan, and we will go through that later on, so I'm not going to steal anybody's thunder on that one, but it does also set out that we do have some key challenges that we are confident of mitigating for this year, but there's some key challenges to work through for coming years, and Claire will draw on that in the finance update later. I'm really, really pleased to share with you that our Welsh Immunisation System team won the Digital Leaders Impact Awards, the People's Choice Award as well. So I think really, a really popular award, and delighted to see the photograph of the smiling faces of the team, and for them to get the recognition of the tremendous commitment and hard work that they've put into delivering a system that has underpinned the vaccine programme in Wales. A lot more work to do in that area. I think that will continue as we continue to support that programme of work as it transitions into a national vaccine service. So a lot more in that area, but really wanted to highlight and give our thanks really, and my particular thanks to the team and the work that they've done in that area. We've also drafted a memorandum of understanding with Social Care Wales. Really pleased that we've got to that point. We reviewed it at Management Board just recently, so we're ready to share that now with Social Care Wales to get that agreed and signed going forward, which is really setting out clarity around how we will work together in partnership, and a lot of that work actually stems from the National Data Resource Programme, and that focusing on them being a partner as part of that move and shift into data-driven services across the whole of the health and care system. So really pleased that we've got to that stage. And that was it for me, Chair. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Helen. Any questions or comments? Okay, it's 5 to 11. We'll take a comfort break now. So can I say, well, I'll tell you what, let's go until the time we was have it slightly longer, which is always nice, isn't it? We'll reconvene at 11:10. We'll just wait for everyone to regather. Claire, just to give you a heads up, we're expecting Rebecca and Ian to join us for the first item, but they haven't yet. But if they are delayed, are you happy that we do the cloud first?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, we'll give them a minute. Are we all back? Rowan, David, Grace, Marion, Ruth, Ridian, Claire, Michelle, Helen, Chris. Yeah, we're all back. Okay, I think we better move on, and we'll take the NDR strategy second. So Claire, can I ask you to introduce the cloud strategy for us, and then when we've had your presentation, any questions, comments, discussion, we're being asked to approve this strategy. Sorry to dump it on you at the short notice, Claire, but
that's okay. Please. Thank you, Chair. The document in the pack really lays out the DHCW cloud strategy, and it looks to define, communicate the DHCW ambition, its approach, the principles and plans in the adoption of the cloud strategy. The table at the front of the document really, I think, brings it together and outlines our vision and translates that into the key objectives with the timelines and the outcomes that we've subsequently built into our IMTP. But I suppose a bit of background first is that we are already using cloud, and as a part of our the remit for DHCW, Welsh Government had advised us that we need to deliver a cloud-first approach, and wherever feasible and possible, move to a cloud base and migrate to a cloud base. So over the last 12 months, as part of the DHCW team, we have looked to define what that approach would look like, and to really evaluate and set expectations about how we would do that and what our priorities would be. So we've looked together and we've defined our ambition, which really takes on board best practice and frameworks, and really then translates that into what our roadmap for cloud looks like. So section 3 really in the strategy document outlines what cloud is, and for us actually it's been quite an education in some areas in understanding the different types of cloud and the scope and functionality that it offers. And I think it's true to say that my set started with very much an infrastructural approach, and I've learned a lot over the course of the development of the strategy, and it really is a lot more than that, and it's really an organizational wide approach to delivering digital going forward. So section 4 really details our vision, and we are now cloud first, and we look to migrate 50% to public cloud by 2024 through really the organization itself, through a centre of excellence to reskill and develop our staff. But we are learning, and we would look to learn from others to develop and implement that strategy. Following on from that is obviously there are clearly benefits, and we've looked to identify what those key benefits are and how we would measure the success of those. And those cover a range of aspects, from our ability to adapt and respond quickly to demand, which was certainly experienced during the COVID pandemic when we quickly switched to cloud. It enables us to enhance our collaboration, swiftly moved and shift to high value activities, so move more towards developing systems and outcomes rather than storing data. And also there has some significant financial implications, because we're moving to a very much a capital-based model to one where there's a revenue, higher revenue implications. So managing that and controlling that and putting the governance around that is really important. It was hoped that this would lead to increased reliability and availability of services. And finally, we do understand the environment, or we're trying to understand the environmental impacts on our footprint as a result of moving from a very much a data center driven data storage into a cloud-based environment. Section 5 of the strategy really then highlights the cloud strategic principles, and those we've worked on collectively with the All Wales Infrastructure Review, and they're adopting the same cloud principles, which is helpful and supportive, and they cover really the approach and consideration and guide rails that we would do as we move to a cloud-based environment. Obviously, moving to cloud isn't without its risks, and that in section 6 we detail those risks. We identified 19 in total, and we evaluated each and considered mitigating actions to cover most of those. I think it's true to say that the focus primarily is really on developing the cloud skills and knowledge within DHCW, but also the governance processes around managing the financial changes and the financial governance and procurement around those are probably the key features of those risks that we would be mindful of. Section 7 then means, okay, so that's the strategy and that's the approach. So how are we going to do this, and what does this mean for the organisation? So again, adopting some frameworks, we've looked at the approach, and in the Cloud Centre of Excellence, there are essentially 3 pillars that we need to consider. The governance process, I've already touched on that, but that in itself, not just for new systems coming on and ensuring that their cloud, the cloud migration is feasible, but also a governance from a financial, procurement and operational perspective. And again, we've got a team and we've established a group, the Cloud Governance Group, that reports into our current WIAG process, which is our All Wales Informatic Assurance Group, to really add weight and add expertise and to validate the move and adoption of cloud-related products. Procurement, again, is another area that we've adopted a multi-cloud procurement process, and together with Michelle and her team, we've come up with a procurement roadmap that considers our needs and our technical requirements going forward. And then finally, it's really and probably most importantly, is the community of skills, as we've labelled it. But this is really about bringing together a cross-sectional function of the organisation to really understand what does cloud mean and translating what it means for us across the organisation. And we're looking forward next week to having a tech tent in the staff conference to really broaden that exposure to what we intend to do with cloud. We didn't also, as a group, wanted to remove the risk or understand the risk of a dependency on cloud. So as part of that document, we've considered what would be the implications if we were to decide to exit, so that, again, that it mitigates any risk in the event that we do go full cloud. So the next section really covers the integration of the cloud strategy into our IMTP. And for us, we looked at this primarily, I think, it's true to say, from a infrastructural mindset. And as you can see, as we developed that strategy, we've turned that on its head. And actually our priority for the first half of the year would be supporting the NDR, the National Data Platform, and the data strategy, which you will see shortly. And that really will enable us to support the NDR and the API data platform and adopt a technical multi-cloud position on that. To enable that, that has meant that together with ICT, we've looked at the infrastructure and the requirements to enable that to happen. And again, in the first part of their annual plan, you'll see an emphasis on delivering that and supporting the NDR team. So this is truly an integrated joint approach when it comes to delivering that. And actually, the final piece for me is the product-based approach to the cloud strategy. So whereas we came from a position of infrastructure and lift and shift, we've actually moved that again and changed quite dramatically to look at it from what are our products and what is the infrastructure and requirements of those products, and where does cloud sit? And actually within that, what are our priorities in terms of our legacy estate? So, that will then form part and inform the sort of second half and towards the end of the year, the priorities that will then take within DHCW. So this document, together with the data strategy that we see shortly, and the forthcoming product strategies, I think are the essential ingredients in shaping the future digital landscape from the NHS in Wales. And I think this document sets out what cloud means for DHCW, what our ambition is, and integrates it into our IMTP over the forthcoming 3 years to really demonstrate delivery in becoming a cloud-first organisation. So I hope you got that from the document in front of you, and I'm happy, Chair, to take any questions together with the team.
Thank you very much, Claire. I can see Ridian and then David.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of points. It's an excellent start on the journey that we need to get on. Clinicians are not particularly concerned about where the stuff is kept, but they are very concerned about it being available 24/7, 365. So I see our objective to make that happen, and I think this is the most sensible way going forward, given the volumes of data that we will consume, and I'm particularly thinking about some of our diagnostic programs. And so it's pleasing to see the ability to scale up and to scale down. Also, there are many small systems used across the family within NHS Wales that are always looking for somewhere to be hosted. And we will need to provide a door that can be knocked upon with the appropriate governance that allows that engagement and to do it. And finally, what's really reassuring is that the robust and resilient information governance around this to ensure that citizens' data, their personal identifiable information, is kept safe and securely, but made available for appropriate use to benefit them in their care pathways. So it's a good document.
Thank you, Ridian. David and then Rowan.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Claire, for the presentation. Really good piece of work and well done. I've got two observations, really. First is we've got some key metrics around what we're trying to achieve as percentages. I think it might be helpful to include in the document the number of services that we have today so that we'll know when we've got 40% of them in the cloud. So probably worth adding that. And then the second point, I just wanted to pick up on one of the risks you highlighted, which I also had a concern about, which is really having the skills within the organisation to deliver the strategy. I think we might struggle to recruit. So I think we'll probably adopt the strategy of developing staff in-house, which is definitely the right approach. And with that in mind, looking at the implementation plan in Fig 9, where we've got a training gap analysis started in month 3, could I suggest that maybe we think about pulling that forward, because I feel the staff development programme will probably end up on the critical path, and the sooner we've got an understanding of that, the better. So if there's anything we can do to pull that forward, I think that would be beneficial.
Thank you. I'll ask you to come in at after Rowan, Claire, if that's okay. Rowan.
So Claire, and actually the wider team, because Claire, you're fronting a larger group of experts that have contributed to the strategy. I just wanted to say it's a really robust plan, and what's a delight for me that we're not doing cloud because it's an ology. It's a, you know, it's very much been evaluated through a lens of what do we need in order to do the things that Ridian has mentioned, you know, improve the robustness and availability of our products, to be able to avail ourselves of additional capability that you know comes with some of the more advanced cloud solutions that you can buy now in terms of protection, and you know, I think it's important to say that the cloud is no longer new. You know, it's been a technology that was supporting the banking community over 20 years ago, and you know, I just really want us to lean in and run harder, because I think it gives us the flexibility to provide a greater level of service and support to our peers and partners in the clinical community. So top job.
Claire, did you want to come in on any of those points?
Great, and thank you for the feedback. That's really, really helpful. A couple of things. I think this will future-proof our organisation, and to future-proof the organisation, I think, David, you're absolutely right. We have to have the right skills and capabilities in the organisation to do that. I think there's two things, really. There's the one thing we've already learned as a group is that we've really held each other's hands. This is a cross-organisational change. And for each of our functions, there's a competency that we're going to have to develop collectively, and that's really difficult. You can't buy it, David, even if you could find it. And believe me, we're struggling to find people with the experience in some areas to really inform our learning on that, although we do strive. So I think there's two things. One is that we are increasing awareness and understanding of what cloud is, and we're doing that. So we've already started that learning and capability and learning and relearning. I think the formalized learning to match the capability will take time to get it right. So I think there's some basic skills we could look to do, and we are proactively doing that. I think understanding from each of us, from each of our functions, what that capability and how we formalize that training is not something that's going to happen quickly, but we are looking to do that as quick as we possibly can. So we would look to do that as quickly as we can. And I think you're right, buying the skills, whilst we've looked for them, and we have brought in some skills in some areas where we've needed that expertise and insight. I think we really do as an organisation have to make this part of our core capability going forward. And yeah, the sooner we do that, the better. But we will, I think realistically, it will take us a bit of time to get that right. That said, we still be learning. Carwyn, did you want to come in on this point?
Yes, just to add a little bit to that, really, in the fact that we've already been doing quite a lot of learning, you know what I mean, as in and training of people, in particular, you know, with the NDR program, with the cloud solutions that they're looking at doing in particular. There's been lots of work going on there. But also with Microsoft, you know, for the Azure that we currently use for our services. You know, we have access to this, I think, called the Enterprise Skills Initiative with Microsoft. That's available to people within DHCW and, you know, our teams. And again, I think mostly to date, the focus has been at the sort of architect and management tier, you know what I mean, as in where the learning is. The SI is available for anyone. You know, there are courses that would be suitable for everyone in the organization to go on. So it's just to say that we are already doing that. And the place where we've done an awful lot more again is in the Microsoft 365 space. You know, we've done a lot of learning and a lot of training through, you know, working with partners and on various training courses and things, you know, and just in the fact that we've rolled out, you know, almost all of the features of this, you know, the Microsoft 365 platform are now available for people to use. So we're well on the way, you know what I mean? As in, that's not to say that there isn't a lot more that's needed and a lot more people that need to go through that learning process as well.
Thanks, Carwyn. Rowan wants to come in, and then Helen.
I just make a suggestion and throw an idea out. It strikes me that one of the things that we might consider doing is convening an advisory board, you know, that can provide that level of input around skills drawn from a mix of, you know, other healthcare organisations who've, you know, are delivering, who've been on this journey also some of the commercial providers that can act as a sort of sounding board. It might not necessarily be paid, but it would also be useful in terms of horizon scanning, and maybe that's something we could take away and consider just as a alternative approach.
I mean, that sort of looks a little bit like the Centre of Excellence, doesn't it, in terms of that function of that that body.
It's a community of practice, isn't it? And it's really having that expert community join our community and influence our learning. So yes, I think that would be something we would really look at as well as in conjunction. We are already to a certain extent, but it's formalising it.
Helen and then Grace. Or do you want to round up and I'll bring Grace in first, Helen, which would, yeah, go on, you go first, Grace, and then...
Diolch. Dwi'n mynd I drio siarad Cymraeg eto. Rwy'n ar ail o pwynt Bwrdd. Mae'n cwmnel yma between anghelion, caethion a Medon doctors.
We didn't get a translation then.
Oh, maybe.
Sorry, Grace.
Very bad again. I was going to try speaking Welsh again and just seconding Rydian's point that I think this cloud strategy is very well balanced between the needs and concerns of both patients and clinicians.
Thanks. I'm not sure what happened there, Grace. Apologies for that. Helen.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of reflect back to us as a board, really, to get to kind of our first year of operation and the strategic direction being set on what is one of our kind of major transition areas of work for the organisation. I feel, you know, I feel really proud of that. I want to thank Claire and Cadwyn for their leadership in getting us to this point, and the wider work and a number of individuals, but the work that's gone on has probably been kind of cross-organisational, as Claire has said. And we've been sharing the work that we've been doing more widely as well. So I just want to thank the team really for getting us to this point and to have such a clarity of direction of travel and the join up really for us. I think is a huge step forward and a great platform for building on for the coming IMTP period. So thank you.
And I'd certainly endorse those comments. Judging from the contributions, I suspect I know the answer to this, but just for the formality, the board happy to approve the cloud strategy, and there's a couple of little things that you've taken on board there, Claire, which I'm sure will come back in the final document. Okay, now I know Ian Williams is lurking in the background, so I'm not sure whether are you any idea if Becca is having connectivity problems, Ian?
Yes, I believe so, Simon. I think Becca's having a few technical issues, but I'm happy to present this solo.
Okay. Great. Okay, Ian. So you're flying solo at the moment, and maybe Becca will join us when she sorts out her connectivity issues. So without any further ado, really, Ian, straight over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. Bwrdd pawb. I'm Ian Williams, Assistant Director for Architecture, and I'll just provide a short summary of the data strategy work for you. So from November the 1st, we began working with Gartner to create the NDR data strategy. We formed a core project team that comprised of 5 NDR and DHCW staff working together with 5 consultants from Gartner. We worked together then intensively over 12 weeks, and then the data strategy completed on time on the 4th of February. We took a very collaborative approach throughout. We worked all together with over 75 stakeholders across the NHS in Wales, Welsh Government and social care. And at the outset of the project, we established a steering group to oversee the work, and we had senior leaders represented from Welsh Government, Social Care Wales, the Health Boards and DHCW on that steering group. In terms of the content of the data strategy, the strategy focused on 5 main things, which I'll just outline to you. Firstly, it looked at where we are now. So it looked at our current capabilities around data, what people want and need from the NDR, and then that was summarized into key themes and needs. Secondly, we then looked at where we want to get to. We defined a vision to encapsulate the purpose of the NDR program, and then 9 strategic objectives, as well as the key results that we'd expect to see for each of those objectives. Thirdly, we then considered how we should work in the future. The strategy makes recommendations on a target operating model, looking at an agile approach based on products. And in there, we look as well at the skills that we'll require for the strategy. Fourthly, we then looked at the architecture that we'll need. We set out a proposed architecture for a modern data platform for Wales and the main capabilities that we need within that data platform to support our ambitions. And then fifthly and finally, we established how we're going to get there. So the strategy sets out a proposed roadmap and some key next steps to continue that great momentum that we've built through the data strategy work. So I'll just outline those four key areas around the next steps. The first was about looking at how we prioritize use cases and a real focus there on how we deliver value early on in the program. Secondly, looking at that operating model, implementing and refining it for our purposes. Thirdly was about designing how we govern data safely and effectively, looking at the information governance approach that we take, looking at the privacy engineering aspects. And then the fourth area of focus is about the data platform itself, procuring and implementing the data platform capability, as well as the consultancy support that we need to establish that capability. So since completing the strategy, we've presented it at NDR's technical steering group and program board in March, where the strategy was formally approved by the NDR program. As you're aware, we've also presented the strategy at DHCW's management board and also at the DHCW board development day earlier this month. And so now really the focus shifts from the strategy to delivering the strategy as we build on that brilliant momentum that we've established through doing that strategy work. And what we do now is we use the proposed roadmap to help organise the efforts of the NDR programme, working towards that vision and objectives that we've agreed with stakeholders across Wales. So that's a brief summary for you of where we are with the data strategy.
Thank you, Ian. Welcome, Becca. I think you had some connectivity issues, so don't worry, it happens to the best of us these days. I don't know how much of that you caught and whether you want to add anything from your perspective, Becca, before I open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Simon. Yeah, apologies for my connectivity issues this morning. No, happy to go straight to questions Ian and I had discussed prior to the board.
Okay, Ridian, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. It's more of a comment to congratulate the team on the stakeholder engagement. They've put an immense amount of effort going to all corners of Wales in all departments to listen and to build a collaborative programme.
Thank you, Ridian. David, now I don't know if you wanted to come in because you have the sort of the IM lead on this. And I know you've been having conversations with Becca through the process. Is there anything, and if perhaps I'll ask you if there's anything particularly you wanted to raise, and then Rowan wants to come in.
Thanks, Simon. Thanks, Ian. Thanks, Rebecca. Yeah, I just wanted to provide some feedback, really. So at the board development session, we had a little bit of a debate around the applicability of the proposed target operating model, and I followed up with Becca on that topic. And the model is certainly the right model to be using for standing up the platform. But as we move from standing up the platform into exploiting it for data innovation, we will need a different operating model. And I shared some thoughts with Rebecca on how we might do that, and also around the method I've used previously around how you prioritize the sort of list of things in the hopper, which I've shared as well. So I've followed up a couple of things that we discussed at the board development session, and Rebecca's hopefully taken all of that on board.
I'm sure she has. Rowan.
So I think it's one of these moments, we're a unitary board, and we, I'm sure we're going to move to support this. I should probably put on record that I have some reservations about where we are, not because of what we've done. What we've done has been really good, and I would echo Rydian's point with the level of engagement. That's probably fantastic piece of work there. But this program is the most, in my view, strategic aspect of what the organization is trying to do. It's the bedrock of so many of our activities in terms of supporting value-based health, population health, the national clinical framework, and the level of complexity is huge. And I would just say that I think this program still carries more risk than is compatible with the risk framework and the board assurance framework that we approved back in October. And I think I would say that we, as an organization, need to ensure this team have all of the support and resources they need to deliver this program. I think most of my concerns reside around not the bit that supports the healthcare delivery of services, that is what's on the horizon and what we deal with every day, but the transition to supporting healthier Wales. And you then get into challenges about what types of data we will then need to think about collecting. And I'm not sure there's been quite enough horizon scanning built into the program as yet. So I think I've said my piece. I am very supportive, but I still have concerns.
Helen, I was going to suggest that you might want to come in there, because it's obviously some of the stuff that Rowan has raised is organisation-wide risk and organisation-wide and systemic issues, which are wider than just the individual programme. But you may want to come back at the end of all of this, Becca, with any comments. Helen.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Rowan, and thanks to the team. Actually, first of all, I'd echo what Rydian and others have said in terms of the work that's gone into this and the amount of engagement that there's been across NHS Wales. So I think, reflecting back on your comments, Rowan, I think we're at although we've been at quite a long time at the start of this journey, we are properly at the start of this journey, and getting the strategy clear and that direction of travel set, and then the move that we've got around kind of the provisioning of the data platform network there to support our enablement of the strategy is absolutely the key priority. So I think you're right in terms of the programme, in terms of the organisation and the way that we are going to work. There's a lot more opportunity now. Until we got to this point, we actually didn't have the opportunities of really kind of, exploiting the horizon scanning we would be doing. But, quite a lot has been done. Let's not, there's quite a lot of, this is where we're heading and these are the sorts of things you'd want to do. And actually there is some really good work and examples of really good work, not just within our organisation, but, across kind of the wider health and care sector that is going on in terms of supporting the objectives of a healthier Wales. But, and I guess, maybe what we could do is spend some time kind of really getting underneath the detail of the concerns and how that relates to the risk appetite to reflect that and have that conversation really for us to understand that and explore that a bit more. But I would say that we're at the beginning of this actually, rather than this being this is not the end bit, is it? This is just giving us the starting blocks really.
Rowan, your hand's gone back up, I think, so you must want to come back.
Yeah, Helen, I think that's very fair. And I think how we engage with the service, I was really delighted in your report to hear about, the memorandum of understanding with the social care partnership, because we cannot deliver this in isolation. It's got to be in partnership with our peers in the community. The choices that our clinical peers make in terms of, Rydian mentioned, the challenges around multimodal data as it comes out of the diagnostic partnerships, the metadata that comes along with that, if we want to, for example, run, AI and ML services across that data, it's been shown many, many times that it's usually the metadata that trips us up. There's all sorts of conversations there that need to be had with the professional bodies that says, that the choices you make will have an influence on our ability to be successful together. So there's a huge communication, an ongoing kind of partnership piece. The technology piece is the easy bit, actually, as it always is in healthcare. So, I've said my piece, Helen, and I think we're in agreement. I just want us to make sure that we give this the focus it really needs.
Thanks, Sean. Helen, did your hand go back up, or was that a sort of a legacy hand?
Just a comment back on that, really. And I think that, to be honest with you, that's where I think the current target operating model that's been set is going to help us, Rowan. So actually, we will have that focus on the diagnostics and really understand. So getting ourselves organised to really be able to facilitate that broader understanding, and then what that trajectory looks like for each of those areas in the target operating model, I think actually works for where we are today. So probably in slight disagreement with David on that one, and there's more for us to discuss as we move forward and as we grow in this space. But I definitely think that will aid us in this. Thank you, Chair.
Becca.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. I just wanted to thank the board for their support, really, and helpful feedback. I think the support we've had across Wales has really been overwhelming. And I think that just goes to show how important this programme is to all of us. And as I said, we've met with David following the board development session. We've taken on board some really helpful materials, actually, and worked through those with the team to see how we can, embrace some of that learning and experience into the work that we're doing. And just in terms of Rowan's point, I think that feedback's really fair. We're very cognizant of the fact that success is not building a national data platform, and actually success is about the use of data to help the people of Wales live happier, healthier lives. So this is a starting point. This builds our foundations, but it's definitely not the end.
Absolutely. Is anyone else? Oh, Ian.
Thank you, and similarly, thank you all for your support and really constructive feedback. And just, I agree. I think I see the strategy as being like the broad contours of the map, if you like. We've not worked out all of the details yet. It's the start of the journey, and as we progress, we'll be filling out the detail in parts of those maps, and establishing what we need. So thank you for really helpful comments, and thank you.
Okay, thanks Ian and Becca for taking us through that, and thanks for the contributions from board members. Now, this is in a particularly specific relationship, the strategy between ourselves and the programme board. It's clearly identified as one of our enabling strategies, though we don't as such own it. So what we've been asked to do here is to note and endorse the strategy as it currently is, recognising that our teams have done a huge amount of work, and congratulations to them on putting the strategy together and supporting the development of the strategy. And as I think we've identified in the discussion, it's an iterative process as it goes forward, and as the programme develops, the strategy itself will be a living beast, won't it, in terms of the way in which it develops and responds to the processes as they go forward. So people happy to note and endorse the strategy? Great, thank you. I can see Rowan's big thumb up there. Your hand is still up, Ian, by the way, so I'll be okay. So if we can move on then to the next item on the strategic section of the board meeting, which is the strategic procurement report, and I'll, without further ado, ask Michelle to introduce this and take us through the strategic procurement or the procurement items that we've been asked to approve and note. Over to you, Michelle.
Thank you, Chair. So I've got 3 contracts that I want to talk through with the board this morning. 2 of them, there's a proposed contract extension and an award for the approval of the board. And there's also an extension in there, which is for the information of the board. So I don't think we've had one of these previously at this board. So I'm just going to talk through why they're presented in the way that they are as I go through the 3, if that's okay. And we'll take them one at a time, but please ask any questions. So the first one that's presented, and I'll take them in order of your papers, so 5.31. So this is a proposed extension. It's a proposed extension to the Microsoft Azure hosting services. That's very timely, as we were just discussing our cloud strategy. There we are. So this relates to services that we've engaged while we've been working through the strategy, really, and to support the migration of services out of our old data center and to move forward with cloud. So we had an initial agreement with Trustmark. Trustmark are our appointed Microsoft resellers. So the contract is actually with them. It was for £730,000 initially. So what that meant was that contract was within the approval limit for the chief executive to agree. We are proposing an extension which now increases the value of the contract up to 1.23 million. This takes it above the chief exec's limit and therefore requires the board's approval. And we've also notified Welsh Government. So £1 million is our threshold requirement to Welsh Government. We've submitted the notification, and just to point there, we did do that in a timely fashion. I suspect they've got some leave or absences in Welsh Government at the moment, and we've had a bit of a delay in terms of their formal feedback. So Helen is helpfully following that up for me directly with Judith Paget. So we've been advised there isn't an issue with the sign-off. It's just trying to work its way through the process in Welsh Government. So the justification for this board, who obviously need to approve this extension now, really is that 2 things. We're currently in negotiation with Microsoft in terms of our new enterprise agreement, and that is still being worked through. We had hoped that would be concluded a bit earlier, but I think, and probably Claire would support me there, who's leading that for us. You know, we're still working through the details to make sure that we get to the right position, and this is a long-term agreement, so obviously we wouldn't want to cut that short, really. So those discussions are still currently ongoing, and that's for the NHS Wales agreement. And we've actually managed to migrate some of our services probably a bit quicker than we thought we would. And this is a revenue-based contract. It's based on consumption, and our level of consumption is higher than we had anticipated when we awarded the contract. So where we are at the moment, we need to fill the period now until we execute longer-term agreements for hosting, which, as I said, links to the strategy that Claire presented to us. So on this one, I guess I'm looking for the approval of the board to execute the extension.
Okay, let's take them one by one. It'll be easiest. Any questions, any comments? People happy to approve the extension? Oh, hang on, Rowan's got a comment. You're on mute though, Rowan.
I've kind of got a comment because I think, Michelle, this beautifully exemplifies some of the challenges we're going to have as we move to cloud. You know, we've got a situation where, you know, we've consumed more than we've estimated. That's usually due to success. And I'd like a comment from Claire really about how you feel that we're able to manage those kind of surprises.
So this one isn't altogether a surprise. So the reason for this one is primarily because of the delay in the Microsoft deal. We were hoping the deal would be in place and actually it would transition across. What we have seen though is our test and dev system went up live in October, I think it is, yeah, October. And since October, we have done a lot more testing in the test and devel. Just to reassure you, Rowan, Karen and I, we're working more closely now than we ever have, to be honest. We have a monthly formal review, but we also have weekly touch points. So we've developed a cloud report that shows us the consumption by service, but also in a quite more detail. The test and dev is quite high level at the moment, and that's something we are looking to get into because of the nodes that we use. But yes, we do have a monitor. We work within that monitor, and collectively, both Cadwyn's team, he has Dioan in his team, and Aaron in my team, work at an operational level, and they've got some control limits that they work between. So this extension is primarily, I would say, There is some increase in usage, but it's nothing material. It's more about the delay in the contract that unfortunately we haven't been able to close out in time. But we're nearly there, so so that will be good as well.
And thank you, Claire. That's great assurance. That was really all I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. So people happy to approve this contract extension? Yes, that's so. Well, move on to the next one, Michelle.
Thank you, Chair. So 5.32 in the pack. So this is another contract extension. This is the one that I'm submitting for noting, and I will explain to you why. So this contract has already been through a governance process. So it went through because of the original value of the contract. It went through the board and appropriate sign-offs from the board and Welsh Government were secured. The point is it went through the predecessor organisations board, so it actually went through the Bwrdd board. And so my point here is this board would not have been cited on this contract. It's a strategic contract that we operate on behalf of Welsh Government. It's a high value contract. So we felt it was helpful to bring it to the attention to the board that this extension was being exercised, even though it's not a specific requirement, particularly to get the approval of the board. So this is a company called Solgari. They provide an integrated telephony system as part of the Test, Trace, Protect solution that was deployed. It was stood up very quickly at the beginning of the pandemic and has been absolutely fundamental, I think it'd be fair to say, to the management of the pandemic by NHS Wales and the local authorities. The contract was originally let for 2 years to expire in May 2022, and as much as we might like to hope that the pandemic had disappeared by May 2022, I suspect that's, well, that we know that that's not the case, but we are doing a bit of work with Welsh Government at the moment to understand what the solution requirements will be moving forward. And I guess that's both in terms of the response to the pandemic and also putting things onto a more longer term footing. So there is a requirement for an ongoing service. There was actually a procurement run for a replacement solution that was not successful in identifying and making an award. So that's another factor that's been brought to bear here. So I think the combination of the review and the trying to get clarity, I guess, in terms of exactly what will be required in the longer term, and the fact that the procurement failed to a point has meant that we are now seeking an extension to services to May 2023 as the backstop date. And you can see in the report there that obviously pushes up the costs of the services, although again, we're working actively with Welsh Government around the consumption of the service, and one would hope that our reliance will reduce over that period, but you know, difficult to say, I think, in terms of where we are. And this is all overseen by the Digital Pathways Group, who you know, govern these services. The other point, just to highlight, it is in the paper, but again for the board's awareness, that the original contract was actually executed under Regulation 32C. That was an exciting one for us. That was in relation to extreme emergency. Often I get asked if we can use that regulation, and generally my answer is no. But the pandemic, unfortunately, was a circumstance which did necessitate us to call upon that measure, and that is perfectly acceptable under the regulation. So again, that was just a note for the board, really, that we had actioned the contract through that regulation. So that one, if happy to take any questions, that was really for information, Sam.
Well, I got one question, which it's probably you may not be able to answer, because I suspect I'm not the only one in this. I am slightly confused as to whether the where Test, Trace and Protect is now, given the self-isolation legal requirement has gone and it's now advisory, given in England it's gone completely. So how much testing, tracing and protecting is likely to happen? I general question of ignorance. If anyone knows the answer, I'd be very grateful, because that would have an impact on this contract, wouldn't it?
It would indeed. Helen, I wondered did you want to, because you've been more probably closely involved in those conversations, I think.
Yeah, that is being worked through by the Test, Trace, Protect programme at the moment, Simon. So, so what the ongoing service provision needs to be across Wales, and of course, the digital solutions and our services will be part of that consideration. So that is actively being worked through by a task and finish group of that programme at the moment, led by Welsh Government.
Rowan. Oh, sorry, Ruth, and then Grace.
Diolch, Simon. I just wanted to say thank you to Michelle for bringing this forward to us and making sure that we remain transparent around these things. One of the key findings in our baseline governance report was around procurement and how do we, roll off doing the emergency extensions and things and back into a formal, transparent process. So this is a really good example of where actually we have done that. Unfortunately, the procurement wasn't successful, but I think it's really helpful to make sure that we're bringing forward that information here and noting it at the board to ensure that all of the decisions around it remain transparent. So thank you for that.
Great, thanks. I'm not on mute, am I? No. Thanks, Ruth. And now Grace.
Yeah, yes, I think it's a really good question to check in just what you raised, Chair, the idea of what the need is for test, track and trace at the moment. But I also think it's important for us to think about the care that's needed in stepping up and down the service, because although we did, an amazing job in Wales with test, trace and protect, I think overall in the UK, because we didn't have an existing programme in place, not so we didn't do brilliantly, but if you compare, for example, to Taiwan, who already had an emergency service in place with citizens, that was just able to go out straight away. And obviously the time it took us to step it up, obviously lives were lost during that time. So thinking, as we obviously hope that there won't be more variants, and as we obviously know that there will be other potentially pandemics, just, being aware of how we step these things up and down, because what I would not want to see is this great infrastructure that we built that has saved lives kind of being stepped down in a very optimistic sense, and then going through this kind of deja vu when you suddenly had to step it up again, which I think more widely, I think there is something of a sense of that happening. And I think it's just something for us to, because, the lives that are in the hands of this service, I think it's just something to really make sure we don't get caught up in and that we are aware of.
Thanks, Grace, absolutely. Okay, people happy to note this this contract, and then on to the last one, Michelle, the DSPP support contract.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just one more, paper 533 in your pack. So this is a contract award. I'm seeking the approval of the board to execute the award. It's a contract for specialist consultancy services for the digital services for patients in the public programme. So this programme is currently resourced through a combination of NHS in-house resources and external consultancy resource. And the external consultancy resource, to be honest, has been key, certainly in standing up the programme and developing the technical strategy and the initial stages. Colleagues will also recall we've appointed Kainos are actually doing the development of the app as we speak. So that's not what this is. This is for the resources who are working really on the programme. We're proposing to award to Spirit Public Sector. So as noted in the report, we've been working with Spirit actually for about 2.5 years now. They've been supporting this programme. Spirit is a small Welsh-based consultancy. It's quite a niche consultancy actually, and we've used them on DSPP to provide generally very specialist resources. So they're filling, specialist gaps that we've needed, and Spirit provides some of those resources themselves. Some of it is a subcontracting model where they've brought in other expertise as required to support the programme. So it's a 2-year contract with a further optional 1-year extension. I would fully expect during that period that our reliance on the consultancy will reduce as we build up the in-house team. I think there may still be a medium-term requirement for those very niche resources. So we may still want to use it to supplement the existing team, which is why we've got potentially 3 years in all. The value on this, it says up to 1.8 million. That is an upper value. So as we do with other consultancy contracts, we do this on the basis of work packages. So an initial period and deliverables are defined by the programme, and we confirm the number of days and the costs associated with those, and that is signed off on a stage basis. So we're certainly not committing to spend all of that money today. We're committing and we'll be executing the first work package, in fact, underneath that, if the board is comfortable to proceed. So as I said, we have worked, I think, very successfully with Spirit to date. And as part of our foundational economy, they are a Welsh-based company, not entirely. So I've noted in the report, so we've addressed that with them. About 43% of the resource is Welsh-based, and we'll continue to monitor that as we move forward with the agreement.
Thanks, Michelle. I assume this is over the Welsh Government threshold in terms of.
Sorry,
is it with them as well now? We've got the same delay.
No, I should have said that. Sorry, Chair. So no, we have notified Welsh Government, and they have confirmed that they have received our notification, our intention to award.
So that hurdle has been crossed. Okay, thank you.
Indeed.
David.
Thanks, Michelle. I'm happy to support. I just wanted some more information, if you have it, really, around the specialist type of skills we're contracting through this organisation, just so I've got a broader understanding of skills we might need to develop in the organisation.
Yeah, so principally, David, they've created the technical approach that we're taking. So we've got some real kind of specific technical resources, and I'm happy to send you details offline in terms of the development methodologies that we're using in terms of the cloud hosting development in cloud type skills. We've also brought in some specialist commercial skills. Actually interesting, reflecting on the previous conversation, to front load our management of the agile development, because we've got quite a sophisticated commercial agreement, I think, to manage the agile development process, and we've brought in some commercial resource to support that. And we've got some communication resource that we've been working with in terms of looking forward to the engagement with the public, and how we're how we communicate more widely in terms of this type of development. I think DSPP is our first, as Digital Health and Care Wales, is our first real solution that we will be deploying to the citizens of Wales, as opposed to in-house users, which obviously creates a different dynamic and focus for the programme. So it's in across those areas that we've brought in specialist resources. If you were holding my hand to the fire, as it were, David, in terms of which resources I think we'd need going forward, I think it probably is more in the technical areas, and we may still want to continue to work. And I had a contract review, so I sat on the contract review for this agreement with them recently in terms of skills transfer, which is always an interesting one, and how we can help support that development inside the organisation, so people don't just come and go, and and we appreciate their advice. So we're looking at shadowing, also with KNOS, actually potentially putting some of our folks within their teams, so that we've got that active development opportunity as we move forward.
Thank you, Michelle. Rowan.
Great. Thanks, Michelle.
Come in. You're still on mute, Rowan.
Prompted by David's question, what are we doing in terms of public outreach to the developer ecosystem? Because if I remember rightly, this app is going to have an API, and we plan to expose other approved services and apps through it. What's the timeline for that, and does this contract also include expertise to support that part of the work programme?
So yes and no. I'll answer that question in two ways. Obviously, that's going to be absolutely key. You're right, because we're trying to create that kind of balance, aren't we? That ecosystem of different suppliers being able to link in. So one of the tasks that the programme is currently taking forward is developing, how are we going to approach that? How are we going to manage that? How are we going to deal with compliance and standards? The kind of the rule book, if you like, or the management mechanism by which we will support that going forward. So that's working. We are potentially looking at whether we want to bring in another specialist third party to support us with that particular piece of work, to be honest, Rowan. So that is the work in progress at the moment. And then from there, I think we build out from there, don't we? So once we've got that clear in terms of how people can engage, then we can look at how we promote that to the wider community. There will be a degree of that going on at the moment. Obviously, we've already got partners or people who've developed, really good solutions in Wales. And so there is an open communication channel with those providers. I think what we haven't got at the moment is the real clarity in terms of how they engage and specifically what they will need to do to be able to do that. So that's being worked through. Don't have the timescale in front of me, but happy to feedback on that in terms of where that sits in the overall plan. So obviously at the moment they're working on the first iteration of the application, and then we're building out from there across the wider functionality.
Okay, thank you. And are people happy to approve this. Okay, thank you very much, Michelle. Don't go away because I think you're on next. We're running a little bit behind time, but I think we might be able to catch up some after the lunch break. So, and I want to make sure that people feel they've had plenty of time to ask any questions, raise any issues they want about what is an incredibly important document for us in terms of it guiding what we do in its entirety through next year, the IMTP. And I think, Michelle, you're going to lead on the IMTP, and then we also got to need to look at the decarbonisation action plan, which I think you're going to lead on, Claire. So over to you, Michelle, first.
Thank you, Chair. So quite excited to present our integrated medium-term plan today to the board. I'm going to just give a brief introduction, and then I do have a couple of slides, which in fact are pages from the document itself that I'm just going to use to help guide a bit of my conversation. You'll be delighted to hear I'm not going to go through it page by page because we've all had the opportunity to do that, but there are some things I wanted to call out really, so if the board are comfortable with that. So just before we start dipping into the document, just a reminder, I guess, to the board that we are, as a statutory body, we are required to submit our integrated medium-term plan to Welsh Government. It's a 3-year plan, and we do receive quite specific guidance. So the NHS Wales Planning Framework was issued in November last year, which provides quite a lot of direction in terms of what's required and how it should be presented. So that's our sort of start of a 10 in terms of how we create the IMTP. We also received some follow-up correspondence, and particularly the Minister has set out some specific expectations or measures that she expects to see in all of the plans. So that guidance is the same to the health boards and trusts. For us, the way we respond to that guidance obviously is slightly different because we're not actually delivering health and care, but nevertheless, you will see how that is reflected into our plan. And the key objective underpinning all of that for the IMTP is obviously to describe, our priorities as an organisation, as you say, Simon, and how we will focus our resources going forward in order to support the needs of patients and of our NHS and social care colleagues over the next 3 years, within, of course, the financial and resource envelope that we are required to operate in. I'm not going to touch on the finances in my presentation, but the Director of Finance is going to follow, and I'm sure we'll pick up in terms of the assurances around financial balance. So obviously, as a board, we've had a number of opportunities to look at our plan, and we've particularly focused in board development sessions around the vision and the core purpose of the organisation. So I think it was September last year when we were sitting in an actual room. And we were really looking at, okay, what is our vision? What are we seeking to achieve as an organisation? And indeed, what's our core purpose? We've certainly had those conversations, I think, really helpfully, but also including others. So, our external stakeholders, what the Welsh Government expectations were, what our stakeholders were looking for. And again, we did some work with people like the Consultation Institute to really engage with stakeholders and help to shape and reflect that. And importantly, with our own folks, our own team, and I think Helen mentioned that in her update, that we'd engaged actively with our own staff. So you will see that hopefully now reflected in the plan, and I'll touch on that a little bit in a minute, including clearly flowing from that then our priorities, our strategic objectives for the next 3 years. And also in there, just to be really clear, we've included any assumptions and our capacity and risk assessments really in terms of our ability to deliver the plan as you would expect. Engagement really important to us, as we've signed off our external stakeholder engagement strategy last year in terms of and we have continued to build on that really as we move forward, and that's really key in terms of the way we've developed our plan. We've had specific engagements around specific aspects, so and we've touched on some of them today, but cloud would be one of them. Moving forward, the open architecture and the many stakeholder events that have been held around that, working, cluster working, etc. So quite a few specific topic engagements. We have regular catch-ups now, exec to exec team catch-up. Again, Helen mentioned one of them earlier. That's been really helpful, I think, to shape the expectations from our key stakeholders. and to look at how we align our plans moving forward. And then obviously things like, program, project, service management board. So quite a lot of stakeholder reflections into the plan. In terms of, again, I've mentioned about our internal staff and how they've been involved at a more kind of detailed level in terms of the plan itself. We do have a planning and performance management group that I chair, who take the lead on developing the plan with our really good internal planning team. And every milestone, and there are specific milestones in the plan, has an objective owner that would have put the work in to underpin that milestone, and we match that up with our resource owners, so that to ensure that we've got the right level of capacity to deliver against those milestones. There's quite a lot of work behind the scenes to ensure that we can deliver the plan, and also to help articulate the plan as you see it presented in front of you. We've shared our plan with our local partnership forum, again, really important, and often discuss either the plan or specific aspects in our staff briefings. So from the point of view, particularly for those of us sitting around the table, having seen the plan before, hopefully you will have noted there have been some final refinements into the final version of the plan that I would like us to sign off today. So in the strategy on a page, I am going to just touch on that in a minute. You'll see the updates around vision and purpose. We've tried to be clearly to call out the ambition, of the organisation and how that comes across in the plan. We've added in a specific in focus section on Welsh language, really important. And again, we've touched on that earlier in the meeting about the importance not only inside our own organisation, but of developing solutions from a Welsh language perspective as we move forward. We've got specific reference to the health and care standards in our compliance with those standards. And I mentioned already about the health board alignment, so you can also see that in the document. We have been checking and rechecking, I really feel, for the planning team, and made probably our final refinements were when we got our financial settlement resolved, which is relatively recently, but that has been reflected into our plan. So that's a bit of the background, really. I'm going to ask colleagues. They've pulled up, thank you, a couple of slides there. So I was just going to call out, again, not page by page, but I thought it was helpful for the board and for others who may be following the board to understand how our IMTP works. So this is what we call our strategy on a page. So there's our vision that we've agreed for the new organisation, and our purpose, which really helpfully provides the context then for everything that follows in the document. Our 5 missions there, or strategic objectives, in terms of how we have structured our plan and what we are seeking to achieve to move us in the direction of our vision. And in the little pyramid on the right hand side, you can see those are the portfolios. So that's the further breakdown against the missions that again follows through in the structure of the document. Each portfolio has a vision page in the document, it has a roadmap, and it also has further in focus, so a bit more detail. So we've tried to really clearly articulate what it is that we are planning to achieve in each of those areas. So if we move to the next slide. Thank you. Okay, so we put in the exec summary really to try and capture, as I said, the ambition and our focus within the plan. I'm not going to read through all of these. You can hopefully see the logic behind this. COVID-19 response, again, has been touched on earlier in the meeting. Whilst we are optimistic that things with the pandemic are moving in a positive direction, interestingly, we've probably had more requirements coming in relation to COVID-19 in the last couple of months than we've had for a little while. So the demand, the digital demand, hasn't really decreased yet, and we obviously, there may be other issues that arise during the year, as well as the need to move services to a more sustainable long-term position. Business as usual, I always wonder if that phrase is the best way of describing it, but really they're fundamentally the approximately 100 services that we're delivering, absolutely core, that we can modernize, improve, sustain high performance of those services, because there's a very high reliance from our stakeholders in our ability to do so. So our brief always to the planning team is business as usual first, and then we will look at all the other aspects that we want to deliver We've touched on a couple of the strategies. I mean, a number of these strategies colleagues will pick up are either well in developed or are developed, and we'll be moving them into implementation as we move into next year, which is really exciting. Others we know we're working on. The digital programs in the centre there. So these are generally specific programs that are funded through the Digital Priorities Investment Fund. Quite significant strategic delivery areas for us as an organisation, and you will see those as you go through the document in terms of what we are intending to deliver. And on the right hand side there, we've just reiterated those are the 5 missions, if you like, in terms of what we are seeking to achieve. And some reference there on sustainable development, and the Welsh Government priorities are called out there, and you will see those. I mentioned those in terms of the Minister's measures, or the areas that we've been asked to particularly focus on, or the NHS has been asked to particularly focus on, I should say, as we move forward. So we take the next slide. I've only got a couple of slides, honestly. So this is our plan on a page. So I wanted to really just call attention to this. We found this really useful this year. So we've had one of these in our plan this year. It's provided a focus for reporting to this board, indeed, so that the board can hopefully see, these are some of the really key deliverables that we've identified against quarters, so we can see how we're progressing. We've also used it in our exec engagement sessions and shared it with other groups, really, to try and articulate underneath our kind of vision and our missions. This is what we anticipate that we will be delivering. It's not everything, clearly, but it is quite a good snapshot. I hope colleagues would agree, but obviously we can drill into that if we want to. And the specific milestones that sit underneath this, they are some way through the document, but hopefully people have managed to pick those up. I think it's page 86 is where you start to see you've got the breakdown of all of the milestones into the quarters. So I would certainly expect us to be reflecting on this if we are comfortable to sign it off as we move forward through the next year. So the next slide. So just a little bit more detail, really, and this is just to highlight some of the sections that have gone into the agreement. So these are the 12 portfolios that sit underneath the missions. We've got the new portfolio that we added there, and I say new because the portfolios as such, we actually articulated in our plan that we submitted last year, but conscious the board perhaps didn't have the opportunity to engage last year. I think you've just about sat in your seats when I presented the plan about a year ago, or it was just in early April. So I'm hoping that the board feel that they've had a lot more opportunity this year to influence and shape the plan, and our stakeholders as well, as we've kind of grown as Digital Health and Care Wales. So those are our 12 portfolio, with the new one particularly important around research and innovation that we wanted to call out as a specific area of focus as we move forward. And the next slide. Yeah, so these are, again, a little bit more detail. And as I said, it's slightly different for us because we don't deliver care in these areas, but we also clearly do contribute, either in terms of digital solutions or in terms of the data to underpin the measurement and management of these areas. So we've tried to just indicate where these fit in terms of our plan. So that's clear, not least to the Minister, but to others who want to understand how we're supporting that agenda. And the next slide. Yep, so I said that this clearly really important that this is a balanced plan, that we're clear in our ability to deliver the plan, and that we've highlighted any concerns or issues. So the risks, again, hopefully not a surprise to colleagues, but issues that we continue to work through. So we've got the risk around new digital requirements. As I said, like many, I'm sure I'm really hopeful that the pandemic is moving in a positive direction, but we really don't know. So we may, there's always a risk there, and potentially from other areas. Recruitment, we've talked about a lot this year as a board. I think we will continue that conversation as we move into next year. There is an objective in this plan to increase recruitment even further. So it's at a measure at about the level that we've managed to fulfill into post this year, again on top of that next year. So it's quite a high recruitment challenge for us as we move forward, and we have various strategies that we can talk about in terms of how we would seek to address that. Again, the move from legacy So we know, and we've discussed many times, that we have, we have a legacy position that we are managing, that we need to migrate from, and that creates its own level of activity challenge and funding requirement, really, to move into a more of a modern, sustainable footing. So there are risks in relation to that legacy position currently, and probably links well to the risk below around infrastructure investment. So those are all areas, I think, that probably it would be fair to say we've been managing through this period, and we anticipate will continue to be risks as we move forward. We've put in there some specific programme risks that we thought it was helpful to call out because of their importance and the potential impact on the plan. And the kind of core mitigations that we're taking. And I think moving forward, we'll be looking at the board assurance framework, which I think particularly focuses around strategic level risks in relation to our plan. So I think Chris and his team have been doing a lot of work in that area, and that will be really helpful to us as a board in terms of how we manage the risks in relation to the plan specifically. Do we have a next slide? Daisy, we do. So yeah, we've just put this in. So this is to show the delivery statements, if you like. So it's a little bit more detail under each of the portfolios in terms of specifically the areas that we are seeking to address. Some of them have got numbers after them. That's because they relate to specific milestones. There's a very kind of detailed model that sits underneath this plan itself, so we can trace all of our milestones through to our internal business plan, and in terms of what we're anticipating we will deliver as we go forward. I think that's the last one I called out. It is. Thank you. We can take the slides down. So hopefully a bit of a quick run through. As I say, hopefully colleagues have had the opportunity, and I know we've certainly had a number of conversations. I think the plan has come together really well, actually, and I want to say a big thank you to the planning team particularly, and Ruth, who's led on that process, and for everyone's feedback and contributions into that.
Okay, is Claire, are you going to do the finance bit now, Claire, or?
I was going to do that as part of the finance.
Yeah, because that's sorry, you're going to do that now, or?
Oh no, I'll do it in the finance brief. But
okay, that's great.
From
okay,
an
so right,
on.
okay, lovely. So any points that people want to pick up? I mean, this is an iteration that we've seen, and I think it's been really helpful to have an early involvement in this process, because it makes it much easier at this end of the process. I'll bring Grace in before you, Helen, because then perhaps you can wrap it up, because we are a bit tight for time and there's some important stuff after lunch. Grace.
I do, very briefly, Chair. Just noting that I really appreciated seeing the whole avatars there, and the how that actually works and how it's going to help both patients and clinicians. I think it makes it, we talked before about it being more citizen focused, and actually making those links so that it's received, and so we show our integration and our part across health and care. And I just think it's been done so fantastically. I wanted to really commend that. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you, Helen.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Grace, for the comments. Yeah, I just want to kind of endorse that and endorse what Michelle has been saying, and thank Michelle and Ruth and the team actually for getting us to a plan that I would hope, and the proof will be kind of in the proof of the pudding's in the eating, I guess, that it is easily digestible. It is, it is easy to follow and navigate around, I would hope, and draws out the key areas of focus for us that we're, that we are really going to be taking forward in this planning cycle. So yeah, I feel really proud of not just the document, the actual work that's underneath this, and the process and the organisation that goes with it. And yeah, I just want to say thank you to the team, really. And I think it gives us a really good foundation for growing and moving forward into this next kind of maturity cycle that we've got as a new organisation as we embark on year 2. So thank you.
I'm sure we'd all endorse both your comments and Grace's comments, Helen and Grace, and our collective appreciation for all the work and efforts to get us to, again, another living document, not something that goes on a shelf. Are we all, I'm sure we are, happy to approve the IMTP, which will now be posted this afternoon or emailed this afternoon, because it needs to be in by tomorrow.
Yeah, the deadline is today. So if you're all
Yes.
happy, which we were hoping you would be, we will push the go button this afternoon.
Great stuff.
And it's submitted formally. Just sorry, Chair, if I may, just to pick up Grace's point, will also be producing supporting materials to go with the plan, because although the team have done an awful lot of work to try and make it more consumable, I think we can still produce perhaps some summaries or some other materials, and we'll be working with our comms colleagues to do that so that we can share it with a much wider audience. So thanks.
Great. Claire, are you picking up on the decarbonisation plan now?
Yes, I'll be brief. This is a plan that was pulled together by the corporate services team led by Julie Ash, and it really highlights the DHCW leadership and commitment to deliver a decarbonisation plan. So the plan is made up of a number of sections. It outlines the challenge and incorporates the Welsh Government commitment to a net zero in 2030 for the public sector, and we want to be part of a low carbon Wales. It identifies the emergency around the climate and the COP26, and it also links to the Future Generations Act. But what it does, it takes a baseline of 1920 and works out what our baseline carbon footprint is, which is 19,858 carbon tonnes. That represents 2% of the NHS 1890 CO2 footprint. So we're a small part, but we're an important part. And within that, we then identified what was the makeup of that 19,000 tonnes. And interestingly enough for us, 17,000 of that 19,000 related to procurement, which was a real eye-opener. So 87% of our carbon footprint relates to our procurement process. I think it's true to say that there's some work that needs to be done in the formulas that make up that procurement calculation. And together with shared service, we'll work collectively to try and really understand the digital carbon footprint and influence in procurement. The target the Welsh Government set is 16% by 2025, leading to a 34% reduction by 2030. Our plan will beat that. It'll be at 21% if we deliver by 2025, and we're looking to beat it by 35% in 2030. The key thing for us is that procurement aspect. So together with Welsh Government and shared service, we'll be working to understand and influence that calculation to ensure it does reflect actually our true carbon impact. And then we've detailed in section 9 our initiatives and roadmaps to reducing our carbon footprint, and then the processes of monitoring that through our carbon management group, estates and management group. The key thing for us, I think, and what we've seen through COVID is looking at the ways of working and our estate management. And I think over the next few months, we would really look at how we can influence that impact and do that in a collective way. So this is the first decarbonised strategy for a digital health and care Wales. And I think it shows our commitment to actually influence and have an impact in reducing our carbon footprint going forward. So that, in a short summary, it highlights the key aspects of our decarbonisation plan.
Marion and then Rowan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Claire, for that very clear summary. This came to the Audit Committee earlier this year, and I just thought I'd share with you that we consider it to be a really important milestone, and very pleased to see the detail sitting behind this. Clearly an ambitious target. We were assured that it is being properly resourced, because that was a concern from members of the committee, but also from the systems leader point of view perspective. We were pleased also to see that the DHCW has included the reporting of home working. It is not currently a Welsh Government requirement, but given the shift, the dramatic shift we've seen, the danger is, of course, while we manage and reduce our carbon emissions in our key buildings, that the flip side of that, we're seeing an increase in emissions from home working. So we were very keen to see our home workers being appropriately supported to reduce their emissions. So we had a helpful and interesting discussion around that, Chair. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. Rowan.
I just wanted to share with everyone that by 2030, 20% of the world's electricity is going to be used by computing. So we are front and center on the you know, in terms of the battle to take carbon out of that. You know, cloud, the amount of data that we have, cooling disks, it all consumes power. So I think that piece around how we procure is something that we just have to do, because as I get older, I really want to leave the planet better than it currently is.
Don't we all?
Yeah, we do.
Any other comments? Okay. Oh, go on then, David, and then Claire, if you've got anything you want to say, then do so. And then we'll just move to approve or otherwise. David.
Yeah, thanks. So just a small point, Claire. So in the plan, we are looking to decarbonise some of our buildings, putting in heat pumps and maybe EV panels, that type of thing. Is the cost of that as part of our plan going forward, or are we dependent on any Welsh Government funding, a separate decarbonisation funding?
So our estates, most of our estates is leased. So we look at our total footprint to see whether we require all the buildings that we currently use, and are we using them optimally? Because I think, as we've seen through the pandemic, we've sub-optimised the use of our leases. And then we'd work alongside our landlords to work with them to see what they would do to invest to ensure that they are carbon efficient. Having said that, within our buildings, we're using low voltage bulbs, and we have got an environmental team and representatives that are trying to look at how efficient and effectively we're using the space. In terms of going to Welsh Government for funding, if you look at our fleet cars, for example, we're looking to shift those to electric when the lease is up and running. So we're working in partnership with shared services to initiate that. And we're also working with them with the estate strategy as well. So as we've seen from the pandemic, and actually if we look at our North Wales office, we're actually sharing the space and optimising the space we've got, and at the same time looking at the environmental footprint that space brings. So we are not submitting a case currently in this financial year for additional funding to Welsh Government for CO2 specifically. That said, I think the more we know, the more opportunities there may be for us to look at how we can invest to improve that underlying footprint.
Thank you, Claire.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you all. And we have been asked to approve the plan. Are people happy to approve the plan? Thank you all very much. Okay, we're not going to take a break now. We're going to cut a little bit into lunch, I'm afraid. So we'll just, I think we can get away with just reducing it to 25 minutes, and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Is that okay, Chris? That work? Does that work? Yep. Reconvene at 1. Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm afraid the sun has come round the side of the building now, so we have a plan to try and sort it out. Who are we missing? That's everyone, isn't it, I think? Yes. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being promptly back. Without any further ado, I'll hand over straight to Claire for to present the finance report. Claire, we're in your hands.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's some slides that are just about to pop up. And what I would like to cover this afternoon is really to highlight the financial position as at the end of February and the key movements in the key areas, but also touch on the IMTP and the financial underlying assessment and cost pressures that we are absorbing next year, and just summarise them for your information. So if we move on 2 slides. I'm moving it. So this really summarises our statutory requirements as a board, and it shows our revenue and capital position and our compliance with the public sector pay policy, which is to pay suppliers within 30 days. And it also shows us our cash balance. So as at the end of February, our underspend was at 428,000 against a year-end position of 350, so moving in the right direction. Our capital expenditure, we'd spent 8.9 million, so we've got 2 million to spend in March, and we're seeing that progress well. And our public sector payments were done in line, and our cash balance went up by 2 million. So as we move on to the next slide, I really want to highlight, well, what is changing in February and March, and what's happening. So there's a couple of things that have changed significantly since we last met. Obviously, with the outbreak in Ukraine, our cybersecurity position has changed somewhat, and DHCW has taken quite a leadership role. Cadwyn, for example, has led the response from a cybersecurity perspective, but equally, from a response and investment perspective, DHCW has led the way in negotiating and agreeing additional security investment for the whole of Wales that will be procured in March. So we've played quite a leadership role with the licensing group that we've instigated and enabled us to take advantage and secure significant financial benefit on the back of that. And when I say significant, a saving of over 2 million in doing that. It's coming up to year end, so we're also doing the annual leave provision, and we've taken that into consideration in our calculations. We've also had a VAT rebate and recovered some VAT, but equally we've enabled the settlement of the GP system payment and done that on behalf of NHS Wales. So we've had quite a busy month, but it shows in our run rate. So this chart is showing you our pay and non-pay run rates for the year, and the grey line shows you the reduction, our overall underspend. So as you can see, we're moving towards the year end, but as you see in March, it's quite our non-pay goes up quite significantly, and that really reflects the fact that we're settling national cyber licensing arrangements that we've done in the last month. We've instigated a national payment on behalf of the GPs. We have done some ICT remedial work on some networks, and we've also done some TPIF, which is the Digital Priorities Investment Funds. Also, because of that holiday pay provision, you'll see in the pay in the last quarter that goes up by about 400,000 again, and that is again us doing provisions in light of NHS policies. So hopefully that gives you a good flavour of the fact that we're moving in the right direction. I'm confident we're going to meet the 350. March is an exceptional month, but it really reflects some of the exceptional activities we've been doing in and around some of the cyber and other responses on behalf of NHS Wales. So if we move on to the next slide, this is one probably you're already getting yourselves familiar with now. The blue bar shows the underspends by directorate. So we deploy our finances through directorates. And you can see in most cases, except for ICT, we've managed to remain under our budgets. And that's really a reflection of some of our recruitment lags that we've experienced across all sectors, actually. And in the case of ICT, it's really no different from the fact that we are seeing an increasing growth in the cloud adoption, but also in some of the requirements that we do for storing data, particularly around data centers, which is increasing the cost. So that's our position at the end of February for what I would call the DHCW core financial position. If we move on to the next one, I think it's worth touching on our COVID response, as Helen alluded to in a chief exec update. For us, certainly in terms of vaccine, we've never been more busier in terms of responding to an increasing number of Welsh Government policy requirements. So from a revenue perspective, to date, we've spent just over 5 million in both the TTP and vaccines. A lot of that spend in revenue relates to licensing costs as well as employment costs, but equally it fluctuates. There's quite a lot of variable costs depending on the number of SMS messages or depending on the number of letters and texts. And we just see the movement as it goes. Equally, from a capital perspective, relatively speaking, small investments, but equally in line, and we've reported back to Welsh Government, we intend to commit to all that funding for this financial year. So I think it's this analysis goes to the partnership board, the digital partnership board. So we share that with Welsh Government, and we're open and transparent with the transactions that we make in this space. So COVID, at the end of February, we'd spent 11.5 million on our response to support that, but those initiatives. So if we move on to the next one. So we talked about our core allocation. We've talked about our COVID. The other important aspect of that is our Digital Priorities Investment Fund. So this is the direct funding we receive from Welsh Government in associations with digital investments. This chart shows you the revenue aspects of those from the highest to the lowest. So I think it gives you a good idea of the distribution of where that funding through DHCW is going. And we've been allocated 15.7 million, with 11.7 million spent at the end of February. So we've still got 4 million to spend this at the last in the last month. And as you can see, that's predominantly within the NDR and the DSPP aspects of the programs. And again, we've seen that actually transact through March, and therefore I'm very more than comfortable that we will achieve that level of spend. So yes, if we move on then to the next slide. This then shows us, the next slide shows us then the capital. Capital is an area that's coming under very close scrutiny at the moment. As part of our IMTP across Wales, Welsh Government have cut the capital discretionary allocations for all organisations by 20%. So there is clearly a shortage of capital availability. This shows our capital expend as at the end of February, which shows that we spent just shy of 9 million and we've still got 2 million to spend. And what you can see here is that actually our discretionary capital is more or less spent at this point, which is what you would expect. The other one I wanted to point out was the WPAS, which is 1,080,000. That, to be fair, is us being on the front foot this financial year in investing in additional obsolescent replacement equipment for the WPAS, which will enable us next year to almost absorb the 20% cut. So in effect, we've had 4 million this year in terms of direct infrastructure DHCW investment. Again, digital services for patient public, this is the KNOS developments that are underway, and again we've seen those make great progress in the last month. So we expect that to be fully allocated. So if we move on to the next slide, the other thing of note is that, and this is for us accountants a really exciting slide, because this is our balance sheet. So we have now, as of day before yesterday, signed off our financial transfers from Bwrdd. So Welsh Audit Office have signed those off, and this will be transacted if it hasn't already. So Welsh Government have transacted this with Bwrdd to enable us to transfer our assets. So we will have a balance sheet totaling 37.705 million, which is great, and a real opportunity now for us to show great value on those assets that we've got invested in ourselves. So that has been a phenomenal piece of work between ourselves and Bwrdd, and it's worked extremely well, and a seamless transition, which is a credit to both teams, I think, working in an open, transparent, cooperative manner. So our balance sheet is there. So if we move on to the next slide, obviously now we're gearing up to our first year end. We've got a very detailed year end plan that Sian in my team has developed and is working hard to run through that as we speak. We do have statutory requirements, so we have a manual set of accounts that we have to format, and we've got lots of productions of very statutory requirement reports that we're working on. The key dates really for the board to note is obviously day 5 will actually be our sort of final scores on the doors for the year. So this is when I should be reporting we've balanced. We're 350 underspent for the year, and we've spent all our capital. We will then submit our monthly monitor returns by the 25th of April, and our draft accounts will be done by the 29th. That will enable us then to enable us to report to the audit committee and get your approval for the final set of accounts on the 14th of June and submitted by the 15th. So we're working hard with those key milestones in mind, and yeah, so the team are working really hard, and obviously I'll report the outcome of that shortly. So if we move on to the next slide, and if you can move on to the next one. So the next part, I just really wanted to highlight what we're doing in terms of the IMTP. Obviously, Michelle has very eloquently described all those activities and the missions, the visions, and all the activities that are underway. As part of the IMTP, we work together to work out, okay, adding all of this together, can we balance our books? Well, I think it's true to say, and again, a lot of this is very recent, particularly around some of the exceptional pressures that we've seen come in the last couple of months, is we've identified some general pressures, and I'll show you in the next slide which ones are funded and which ones aren't. But equally, we identified exceptional pressures, particularly around energy and fuel increases, and also the national insurance increase. And obviously with the recent spring budget, we now know what those increases will be now, and what we would have to absorb. We had a touch point with the FDU and Welsh Government in February, and we presented with them the fact that those exceptional pressures we would be unable to absorb fully in year 2, pardon me, and year 3 of our plan. And we formally responded, as Helen alluded to in the Chief Exec, with what's known as an accounting officer letter, highlighting the fact that our ability to absorb that level of exceptional pressures was going to be challenging. We did get a response from Judith Pageant to say that they would look to take those exceptional pressures at risk centrally, and that we would have to, as part of our plan, identify those pressures and submit them as we would do our COVID, for example, numbers on a monthly basis, and therefore they would give an allocation to enable us to balance our plan. So I think that was a common issue across most health boards and trusts, and I think it highlights that that finance, I think, from a board perspective, will come under greater scrutiny across Wales in the forthcoming year, as the capital reductions and as these exceptional costs, and actually the fact that we've moved to a different, more agile way of working, not knowing what the COVID response will be required, etc., as we go forward. So, so an interesting space to be in when, as an accountant, you like certainty. We're moving into quite sort of areas of uncertainty in some areas. So if we move on to the next slide, this quickly summarizes what those pressures look like. So on the left-hand side, we've got our cost pressures, and on the right-hand side is how we intend to mitigate those pressures. And I am very confident that this financial year we'll be able to balance our revenue set of accounts. So I think the challenge for us will be in the second and third year as we grow and develop our cloud strategy, but equally as we see those inflationary pressures stabilize potentially or further increase, we can then look at how we as an organization respond to that. And I think it just echoes some of the things we've seen today about the importance of the decarbonisation strategy, not only because it's the right thing to do, but equally because there's some efficiencies that we can gain from that as an organisation. So just I'll talk you briefly through it, and then I'll move us on to the other aspects of the plan. But this year we've got an underlying brought forward balance. So this financial year in 2021-22, we've achieved all our financial savings for the year. However, some of them weren't recurrent. So that means they were a one-year impact, and therefore they become a challenge for us next year. So that's the million underlying non-recurrent savings that we've brought forward. Pay pressures. Again, the pay award's not yet approved, but we were anticipating that would cost us around about 2.1 million next year. And we also have non-pay pressures of just shy of 200,000. We have exceptional pressures. Now, those relate primarily to where we're seeing licenses, but equally where we're seeing energy costs and some of our NI coming in there. Data growth and cloud adoption, that really relates to that red bar we saw earlier in the work that Cowan and the team are doing to really absorb the growth that we're seeing in the data volumes and maintain his budget position, which we can appreciate is challenging. We've got capacity and data inflation. We are seeing a lot of software licenses, support licenses increase, and we've identified those. We've also, for the first, and I'll come on to it in a minute, so I'll hold that. And also as an SHA, we identified positions over and above what our sort of ordinary operating model was, whether that's additional Welsh support for the Welsh language, but also at a board level. And we've highlighted that and gone back to Welsh Government for support. So if you add all of that up, it's £9 million, which is whopper when you consider our funding position. So how are we going to offset that? We will have an increase in core allocation, and we've had notification of that from Welsh Government, which is around 2.6 million. They will pay the pay increase, and subsequently they've agreed to pay the NI or at risk, the NI implications of the 1% as an organisation would have to absorb. We've had other income increases. So what we've done this year is we've increased the SLA recharge to health boards to reflect some of the inflationary pressures that Cowan and the team are seeing that I mentioned earlier. And I'm delighted to say that all at bar 2, which have not had those direct inflationary inflations, have signed their SLAs and have agreed to settle that. So I think that's a change in direction, not a change in direction, a more transparent and open reflection of our costs and the cost of those services. And I think as we move to a more product-based approach, with that transparency and openness, showing them the direct costs of operating and providing those services will become increasingly important in that space. We will have non-recurrent savings and CIPs that we've already identified as part of our plan, and that we've also got other mitigating actions that we've developed. We know now that our current level of vacancy position will be at a certain point during the first and second quarter, and and therefore our pay cost run rate will be lower. So we've built that in. So what I hope that demonstrates is that we spend quite a bit of work as a team identifying our underlying pressures and resolving it. So I am confident for this financial year. This time next year, I will be sitting here telling you we've balanced our books, and we're probably having the challenges of what the future year funding and the longer term financial sustainable model should be for an organisation that is growing at a rate going forward. So if we move on. So this, so that's the costs. So this is really a reflection of the Welsh Government income. So what this slide tries to illustrate is what we're starting to see the funding coming in. So it shows our core allocation from Welsh Government. It also shows our core depreciation that they allocate to ourselves. We will get 15.2 million from primary care, and the following ones represent that additional funding that, well, the funding is the wrong word, the additional risk that they're going to take centrally on our behalf, which is the pay award, the SHA funding, and a few exceptional items that they've identified that they would fund. So that comes to around about £76 million. And then on top of that, we've got our COVID response requirement and our DPIF requirements, which will take our total Welsh Government funding to just shy of 118 million. The COVID response we've shared with them, and it's been through the Digital Partnership Group, and we've been told to proceed. The DPIF ones, for most of the cases, we have letters approving that spend. There are one or two that are still in ministerial hands and need approval. But DPIF is really one that we pay as we go. As it pulls it off, we can allocate the spend. So I'm reasonably comfortable for that. On top of that, we will also get our SLA income, which is 34.5 million. And obviously we've increased that by, I think it's not shy of 600,000, to reflect some of the pressures that we will see as part of the inflationary cost pressures in some of the products and services that we support those schemes in. So that really gives you a highlight of the income. If we move to the next slide, I will move on quickly. So this is the COVID response. So that breaks down the 10 million to show you, I think it illustrates what's driving that cost. So you can see most of that relates to, in the case of vaccines, texting and messaging. And if you look at the test and trace, a lot of that is Solgari, the extension we've just signed off. So for those sorts of spends, they're variable. So in the event that we don't have to message, then those costs will inevitably come down. But we've taken a position and we've shared that position, and that position is agreed with Welsh Government on those assumptions. So that's really just a flavour for COVID. And then finally, just moving on to the next one, this really gives you a flavour for the volume of capital and revenue spend that we're going to get, or we're planning to get, over the 3 years of IMTP for DPIF. And to give you a flavour, when you add it together, that comes to £95 million over those 3 years, of which 13.7 million is capital and 81.5 million is revenue. So, you know, if you think of the scale and the volume, that's a significant sum. And that again gives you an idea of where that sits. So NDR, we've talked about our data strategy today, DSPP, Digital Services for Patient Public, Michelle, but we highlighted one of the contracts there related to that programme about the work that we're doing in terms of giving patients access to the system. And then the Digital Medicine Transformation Programme, Helen alluded to in a Chief Exec letter that we're appointing now, we've appointed the programme lead into those key roles. So those are the key areas really for us over the term of the IMTP, and obviously we've discussed that in full. So if we just move to the last slide. So I just would like you to note the financial report for February, and I can assure you that we forecast to achieve, as it is the 31st, I've run out of time anyway, to deliver our DHCW's first balanced position for a year end in 2021-22. The capital plan similarly so, and very importantly for me personally is the fact that we'll have our first balance sheet that has now been all signed off and validated. And we will look to complete the milestones for the annual accounts and timetable, and then really just giving you a flavour of the influences and impact for our IMTP over the forthcoming year. And actually really, more importantly, the growth in data and digital spend, particularly in the DPIF related programs that we will see and witness the growth over the forthcoming year, which is quite exciting for us as a board to oversee and support. So that was the finance update. Thank you for whoever showed the slides. Happy to take any comments or questions.
Thank you, Claire. It's an encouraging report to get at the end of the financial year. Ruth.
Thank you. Thank you, Claire. I just want to say that's a fantastic bit of forecasting. Well done. I know I questioned at the last board meeting whether we would meet our rate of spend, given the huge amount there was still to spend left at the end of the year. And it looks like it's going to be absolutely spot on. So so well done. I don't underestimate how difficult forecasting is across the whole of our portfolio. So yeah, well done to you and the team, and I look forward to us sitting here celebrating at the end of next year as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
David.
Thanks, Claire. I echo Ruth's comments about a really good presentation, and underlying a lot of work has gone into balancing the books and setting us up for next year, and recognising that there are some really significant cost pressures we have to try and contain within that as well. I did have a question around the cloud strategy and funding for that. Is that assumed within the 3-year programme you showed to be part of NDR, or is it separate funding that we would get over and above what you've got on that chart?
So to cover, sorry, was it the DSPP, did you say, or was that the underlying?
No,
cloud.
Yeah,
the cloud strategy.
So where the NDR is building their data platform and putting in the architecture and infrastructure to do that, then that would be funded through the NDR, and it's agreed that that would be the case. For any new cloud-related spend, it's a bit like a program, isn't it? Whenever there's a new investment, ordinarily it would assume it would be capital and infrastructure. Going forward, it'll shift to revenue, and initially that would come through the DPIF related funds, or the digital investment priority funding, and then move once it moves from a program into business as usual, move via the SLA into a recharge to the health boards and trusts, which is why the governance that Rowan alluded to in the cloud strategy is so important, and it's why we've taken the position of being able to show that transparency as to, look, that's that's the cost, that's the invoice almost, down to that's the allocation. So so for new projects coming in, they were coming through that route. That said, there might be some that come direct from Welsh Government or direct from health boards. You never know in terms of how that might progress, but that's the challenge in terms of getting a sustainable model, really.
Okay,
the problem
thanks.
is the problem actually is the legacy. So where we're moving from a data center to a cloud, you've got that duplication, and that then becomes the cost pressure that we call that growth. You're asking us to move to cloud. This is move to cloud. How do we fund that? And that's really the challenge we'll have in the short term.
Okay,
Helen.
thanks for the clarification.
Thank you, Claire and David. Helen, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, thank you. Just say, cracking piece of work by Claire and the team. So endorse what everyone has said. I guess picking up on David's point then, and his question, that's why the benefits analysis and the identification of the benefits and the tracking of the benefits is going to be absolutely fundamental and critical to us going forward in terms of attracting new funding and recovering kind of how we're going to sustain services and move us kind of whole scale into that product approach, really. So there's got to be a huge focus for us going forward now in this year, for us as an organisation and for the wider system, really, to identify the benefits that are derived through the digital investment, really, wherever they occur, so that we can start to kind of build that belief and credibility that this is actually going to drive out that value elsewhere in the system. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Helen. Okay, if no one else has got any comments or questions, then thank you, Claire, for that. Year one tick. People happy to note the report. Great stuff. If we move on then to the integrated organizational performance report, and I'll hand over straight to Michelle to take us through this.
Thank you, Chair. So hopefully colleagues have had the opportunity to review the report. There were a couple of points I just wanted to call out, and then happy to take questions. So in the specific matters for consideration, we've already talked about our increased response on cyber and supporting Health Board and Trust colleagues with Welsh Government. We have seen an impact of COVID, both in terms of staff absence and also in our partner organisation also experiencing absences, which has impacted on our delivery performance. We put a bit of a heads up in section 2.2 really. We haven't got to the end of the quarter yet, but as you might expect, working in earnest on next year's plan, we know there are some aspects that won't have got to the position that we had hoped by the end of March. And we've listed some of those in the document. Again, happy to take questions. The cancer replacement programme, obviously key to the organisation and to Bwrdd Trust, but all of the health boards. Also, we have been doing further work in terms of the scope and the deliverables, and obviously we need to work in closely initially with Bwrdd in terms of their capacity and their ability to transition over to the new services. So that one is being worked through with both the Bwrdd boards and the Cancer Informatics Programme Board, of course, who are overseeing that for the whole of NHS Wales. Digital services for patients and the public, I'm actually feeling really positive about that one. Lots of progress has been made, but it did take a bit longer to get off the ground in appointing KNOS and doing some of the work on the code. And just picking up at the end there, the image sharing project, so that is an area that we're doing some review on at the moment. I would say that image sharing, which was one of the two primary objectives, has been achieved. So radiologists and non-radiologists are able to share images across Wales. So that was really important progress, and that was achieved some time ago. So this particular stage of the project is focusing on the archive store, and that's something, as I said, that we're working on in terms of how that fits medium to long term into the architecture. And we've talked about TTP and the work we're doing with Welsh Government. So that's required some reshaping, really. That's probably the story for the whole of the digital response during the pandemic, that we've had to be reasonably agile in terms of the priority requirements and how we take that forward. We have made a number of achievements in the early part of the year. So there's quite a few things there in relation to SNAMED CT. So in itself, it seems reasonably low key in terms of operational terminology, but hopefully what you can see in the details that have been shared there, it opens up quite a lot of opportunity in terms of the capture and the availability of data to support various care settings. So that's quite a big achievement, I think, in terms of moving forward. And we've got a couple there around the completion of the build of the clinical data repository. Again, another key deliverable in the architecture, really. So that really helps us to move forward in terms of other services. Just wanted to pick up then, we've got the risks. I mean, I touched on those when we looked at the INTP. Interestingly, around recruitment, there are some numbers in there that we've actually filled a significant number of posts this year to date. But we do still have a recruitment gap, and so we are still managing against that risk and the risk of COVID. And then just in terms of the scorecard, operational performance, clearly key and helpful presentation from our service desk colleagues earlier. We've actually had a pretty good period in terms of stability and performance of the services. There have been a number of significant incidents in January and February that are detailed in the report, and probably the one to note there is the one that breached the performance time for resolution, which actually again, there's a lot of commonality here related to text messages being sent out as part of the TTP service. We saw a big increase in text messages, and that created some problems in the system in relation to limitations. So that was subsequently resolved. PDRs, so these are our objectives and regular reviews with our staff, really important in terms of the way in which we support and manage our staff and performance. We are still below the target, so pushing really hard to get to the 85% by the end of March. I appreciate it is the end of March. We haven't reported the figures yet, so we will be looking at that. And this is a particular area of focus. We've introduced a number of initiatives, including some additional training and development for all of our staff to make sure that we are prioritising and we understand what we need to do really in this area to make sure that we are up to the right level. There's an amber there against audit. I think hopefully the report draws out the fact that we do anticipate in March to have addressed all of those issues. So expect to see that moving into a green position by the end of March. And at the end of the report there, I've just put a little bit more information in there in terms of the work that we are doing around our workforce. There we are 324 posts filled to date. So I think that is actually quite positive, but it's a bit of a movable feast really, with some of the additional funding that we've had coming in, which obviously creates greater flexibility, but also means that we're bringing in more people. And one of the things that we've been doing is really attending a range of events to try and raise awareness of the organisation and the opportunities that are available actually to people to come and work in this new organisation really. So I've put some details of that in the report, and always the suggestions always welcome in terms of how we can take that forward. That was me, Simon.
Okay, just unmuting myself because I had my mouse over there on another screen. Thank you, Michelle. Has anyone got any comments or questions on Michelle's report? If not, we'll what have we been asked to do to receive it really? Which I'm sure we're happy to do. Thank you, Michelle, for that.
Thank you.
And then I'm now going to ask Chris to introduce the risk and board assurance report. Chris.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so I'm going to start running through this report, section 2.3 and 2.4, just draw board members' attention to the World Economic Forum Long-Term Global Risks Landscape Report 2022, which has recently been published. There's a real focus in the report on cyber and digital, more so than I've seen previously, and it's really pertinent clearly for us as an organisation. The report does come from an international context, but it talks about cyber failures as being one of the risks internationally that has worsened more than any other throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. I think the other important risk, which again, Michelle just alluded to, which is very much with us, is around the ability to attract, retain digital professionals and how challenging that can be in addressing and mitigating some of the cyber risks. So some of the statistics set out in section 2.4, I think, speak for themselves in terms of the increase in threat from cyber. So just moving on to our risk profile position as an organisation, there are 20 risks on the corporate risk register set out today, 12 of which are detailed in the register and the packs for today, 8 of which are cyber-related risks, so they are considered in private session of the Digital Governance and Safety Committee. There is additional work going on through that committee and through the Cyber Security Service Improvement Programme, which is very much focused on risk mitigation around those cyber risks. So board members should note there are 4 additional risks that have come onto the corporate risk register since our last board meeting. They're set out in section 2.7. The detail's not there. They are all cyber related, so they're all sensitive in terms of the detail of the risks. In terms of risks that have been removed, we've seen 8 risks either de-escalated to directorate level or closed and taken off the corporate risk register over the past few months. They're set out in the table at the bottom of page 3. The bottom 3 risks being those that were closed. The other risks included are those that have been de-escalated and are being monitored at directorate level. Should say since publication of the papers, 2 further risks have been reduced or removed from the risk register. That will come through the report in the May meeting, just because of the publication cutoff time. So the host failures risk 0267 and the WIS network risk 0274, that has been closed, but it will show in the corporate risk register today. In terms of the Welsh language two-way texting service, so this was highlighted at the last board meeting. We do have a target date now towards the end of April to address this risk. This is one where the priorities are set by Welsh Government, so we're hoping by the end of next month that one will have been addressed, mitigated, and therefore removed from our corporate risk register. The heat map in section 2.8 shows our risk profile on a page. The risks I wanted just to highlight, I guess, we had a deep dive at the last Digital Governance and Safety Committee on our infrastructure risks, and risk 0201, the infrastructure investment. We got considerable discussion at that committee, some scrutiny and challenge from the chair. We had a subsequent discussion at management board And I know Claire and Carwyn have discussed this in a bit of detail outside those meetings. And I think the likelihood is the wording to that risk will be updated, because I think the risk profile has probably changed. But I'll invite Carwyn. Do you want to say anything about this one in particular? Because I know you're doing a lot of work on it.
No, I would agree with you, Chris, that the specific, the infrastructure investment isn't something that's gone away, the need for infrastructure investment. However, the replacement of obsolete infrastructure is something that we've made some pretty good inroads into. And in particular, once we will have looked at the replacement for our second data center and the network replacement that's needed at that data center, which is happening in the next year, then the legacy infrastructure risk will have gone down quite a lot. So I think what we need to do is to potentially look to maybe downgrade that one, but put another risk in place, which is about the investment that we're going to need to deal with growth, cybersecurity, those kinds of things instead.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Do we include, because there's a risk which is in a sense considerably outside our control, where the investment in infrastructure doesn't happen in health boards, which means that, let's say, a clinician can't run one of our applications because they haven't got a functioning PC or whatever. And where I'm particularly concerned is where, and as Claire's told us, there's this 24% or 20% reduction in capital, is that they might seem small purchases, but they're often the ones that first fall off the list when probably a middle manager is trying to manage the books in their department, balance the books in their departments. Claire, you.
It's a really good point, and it's something that we are working on as we speak, actually. So we are pulling together, there was a requirement from Welsh Government to do a 10-year capital plan, and that predominantly resulted in everyone doing an estates plan rather than a digital capital plan. And there's an argument to say you're going to shift away from digital into a more revenue-based world, but for the short to medium term, there will be a requirement for investment. So, so we're pulling that together on behalf of NHS Wales, that we'll share with the directors of digital to raise the profile of the importance of consistent rather than programme and project-related digital spend to support the infrastructure. There was something else I was going to say and I've forgotten now. So that's the one thing. The other thing is that I think through Helen's work with the chief execs, with mine with DOFs, it's really reinforcing the importance, particularly around things like cybersecurity and the impact of legacy equipment or legacy or the lack of consistent investment in digital is going to become a key important factor. And I think actually, David, your group and the role in the IMs is reinforcing that message, is that you can't have infrastructure now without digital. It is part of the way we work and it is an important investment. So I think we all have a role now to play in reminding and reinforcing the importance of the investment in this area.
Thank you, Claire. That's helpful. I rather suspected Ridgeon would want to come in here because I know functioning kit is very close to your clinical heart.
It certainly is, Chair. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The user isn't interested in where the problem is. The user is interested in the user experience, and that's an end-to-end experience that may start with the kit that's purchased with the health board. It may be dependent on the connectivity between the geography of that health board and our data center and the uptime of the services that we provide in the support wrap. I'm minded that my personal experience of an inability to do things in a clinical environment, most recent example being this last weekend, where because of connectivity issues, I wasn't able to admit a patient that I operated on. And because I couldn't admit the patient, I couldn't discharge them. And that has safety implications. The other thing is that the digital services that we provide, and a good example of this would be electronic test requesting, brings brings a lot of benefits in terms of demand management, reduction in turnaround times for labs, but is dependent on a printing process. So when we talk about digital services, we often talk about services which do not have paper. But when there is a sample involved in the process, it requires something to be printed. And connectivity between a computer and a printer is equally difficult. Those are outside our control, but they have an impact on perhaps the stats that we might see in terms of the uptake of the stuff that we are delivering and supporting. I'll leave it to others to determine how we can influence the health boards in terms of their spend and perhaps audit on the kit that's available. You will be aware of cows and goats chair, cows, computers on wheels, goats, gadget on a trolley. These things allow the clinician to get closer to the bedside with the relevant information in front of them. Of course, that is really dependent on connectivity through Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is quite an expensive infrastructure cost. And if anyone's actually walked around a hospital, they'll find there are plenty of places where you can't actually get a mobile phone signal. So there's an investment at a local level to deliver digital process and digital transformation within a ward environment, which is outside of the control of Digital Healthcare Wales. But as always, I'm grateful for you giving me the opportunity to expand on it that you raised it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ridian. Sorry to cut into your time there, Chris, but it's just, I think it doesn't appear on our risk register, but we are very much beholden to that risk, aren't we, in terms of our effectiveness in what we deliver. Rowan and then Ruth.
And just sort of building on Ridian's theme, and he's not alone. There are legendary memes on the internet about clinicians trying to find a printer with the right labels in it in order to actually do some very basic clinical processing. If we go back to our recent board development day and the discussion of cyber, and we did hear about the Conti attack in Ireland. And one of the learnings and recommendations that came out of that was a code of connection, a basic set of standards for clinicians or for health boards to actually participate in the health network. And that's not something anybody can roll out from on high and just demand, but I think it's part of the conversation that all of us need to bring to the forums in which we participate. Simon, I know you at the chairman's meeting recently talked about cyber and the DOFs and the CEO network, and I know David is about to lead the charge on the digital IM network. I think it is beginning to kind of drive that conversation to recognize we're only as secure as together. It's all of us or needs to work together to achieve this. And implicit in that, Ridian, is the need to provide a level of infrastructure that is current and secure. So there's a lot of cultural and conversation to be had in order to get to the level that we really need to be at.
It's interesting, Rowan. I picked up something the other day in Estonia, which, as we know, is one of the most digitally advanced nations in the world. Cybersecurity is on the national curriculum from the age of 5. Ruth, and then Grace.
Thank you. A different topic of question. When we're considering our workforce and our people risk, have we considered the impact of the cost of living crisis on our staff and the impact that that's potentially going to have on some of our risks, particularly if we think about turnover, our ability to recruit, because obviously salary is a lever that we have limited ability to do anything with. And then, also it potentially could impact on our ability for people to work from home. As we move further towards the winter, will more people need to come into the office? Can people still afford their fast internet connections, things like that? So have we considered where that is going to impact us across our workforce risk?
I don't know myself.
Yeah.
Michelle or Claire might be better placed to
Helen, I
answer
think
that.
Helen probably best to pick this up. I know you got your hand up, Helen.
Yeah, I was trying to unmute Ruth instead of myself then, sorry. No, I think is the answer to that, but it is something that perhaps we will take away and consider really in terms of what that means. But, you know, they are some of our highest risks, aren't they, in terms of our ability to attract and retain our staff. But we will take a review of that in light of the subjects that you've raised, really. I think it's a really fair challenge, Ruth.
I suspect it needs to go quite high up on the agenda of the incoming people director, because all organizations are going to be looking at retention, ways of working, all sorts of different things, aren't they, in the context of a huge cost of living hike. Grace, and then Michelle.
And I think given our limited ability to do anything on salary, we'll have to think of other ways to support our staff.
Yeah. Grace.
Thank you. Diolch am i'r papur. Thank you for the paper. Just what I was thinking about, just building actually off both Ruth and Rowan's points. The first one is, you know, really thinking how we support people to work best from home. You know, I know that when work from home often began, there's a lot of questions about, like, do you need furniture? And now we may need to think, you know, what running costs we are offsetting possibly by having fewer buildings that we're not using brilliantly. How can we support people to still do that and work from home, particularly as we're thinking of our net zero and our carbon work, you know, just bringing people back to the office. I get, of course, with the heating, but also with the petrol and the prices of public transport. So I think there needs to be a level of support. I don't think there's a simple answer between we just bring people back, we just have people at home. I think it's going to be much more granular and based on where people are and how we deliver the package of support to employees in a way that they most need it.
I'm sure you're right, Grace.
Sounds like
I'm sure you're right.
Conversation that we're moving towards. And I also just wanted to add that I think what we're also talking about, you know, a great point in terms of the printer and the kit that's there. I think this is part of how we develop understanding and profile digital, and also about understanding of responsibility, about who holds what and who's responsible for what. And it's a much more granular understanding again of how we intersect and how we work together. And I think historically there's been, you know, a sense of like, get that fixed over there, whereas actually we're looking much more now into what's ours, what's yours, and how we actually go forward to make that happen. And I think that's something that hopefully we're all going to be part of.
Thank you. I've got Michelle wants to come in, and Carwyn.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I suspect I'm coming a bit of, or Grace has beaten me to it, I think, with the really helpful comments. I was just going to reiterate to Ruth's point that our offices are open, and some people have chosen to come into the office for quite a while, actually, because that's the working environment they want to work in, and that's absolutely supported. And we are starting to encourage people to come in just 1 day a week as we move forward now, so that we can do some of the group activities and look at some of the things that are very difficult to do remotely. That said, I absolutely agree with Grace. I think our flexibility and our ability to support people working in different ways, in different patterns to suit their needs will be really important to us, to maintaining the workforce and attracting people to come and work here. And also, from my final point, was going to be working with other organisations and other partners in Wales as well, to say, so, we've got a number of offices. This is not a challenge that's unique to us, is it? And we've got a small group who are looking at that to say, okay, what options have we got then if we looked collectively across the public sector, perhaps, to support people working in different ways. So yeah, I agree. So it's a really key issue for us as we move forward now.
Carwyn.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to say that one of my teams has been looking into this and with difficulty in recruiting people, you know what I mean, as in, and a few things have happened that are not helping, I think, in the last few years. And one of them was the Agenda for Change reconfiguration a few years ago, where previously pay bands, as in you had a gradual increment, you know what I mean, as in, so after 1 year you get a little bit more money, then after 2 years you get a bit more money, and all the rest until you hit the top of the band. Now, in almost all of the kind of more senior ones, where we would typically be looking at our kind of architects and those kinds of roles, you come in at the bottom of the band and you stay for 5 years, and then you get a significant pay rise after 5 years, but there's nothing in between. And I think also then when it comes to attracting people, that's quite difficult as well, because we used to have the flexibility of bringing people in at different points, you know what I mean, as in, whereas now it's either the bottom of the band or the top of the band. And so I think that's a real challenge. So Matt Palmer's been looking into it for me really, and he's been looking at what NHS Digital are doing, and they are using the recruitment and retention Premier, which is available as an option, and I think that might be something that we'll need to look at. I think he was saying that it's 15%, I think, that NHS Digital are using for architect roles. So you know, that makes a significant, and that's not in London. That's, you know, elsewhere in the country. So that's another option that we've got that will help as well.
Okay. As we know, it's one of our biggest risks, isn't it? All of this. Chris, we ambushed you.
Yeah, no, that's fine, Simon. The 2 points I just wanted to make on the milestone plan that's set out in the papers. We've delivered risk and board assurance training now to over 70 managers within DHCW over the last month or so. We've got more training planned for risk management, targeting risk owners and risk handlers throughout April and May. And the work to develop the board assurance framework report has progressed over the last couple of months. We're hoping to bring the first draft to board development at the beginning of May, and then the report to the next public board meeting.
Thank you, Chris. Anyone else got any other comments on the report when we've been asked to note it, which we do, thank you. Moving on then to, oh, you're still in the hot seat, Chris. It's the item 6.4, the DHCW standing orders review, which we, of course, we were required to do on an annual basis, I think, isn't it?
It is,
Chris?
yeah. So this is the first time we'll have had to review the standing orders. Board members will recall our inaugural meeting on the 1st of April. The first thing we did was adopt a set of standing orders in order for us to operate. The standing orders translating legislation and statutory requirements into kind of day-to-day operating practice for us to adhere to. We then reviewed the standing orders again in May to incorporate our terms of reference for our committee meetings, and that was approved. So whilst we're able to amend a number of the elements of the standing orders, there are some that we can't amend without Welsh Ministers' approval. They're set out in section 1.4 of the report. What we have proposed today in terms of what I'm asking the board to approve is a slightly amended version of the standing orders from those that came to the May meeting. So the front cover has been updated in terms of dates. The annual general meeting has been updated to reflect 22-23. The scheme of delegation to officers has been updated to reflect changes in board member roles. And the terms of reference for all of the committees and advisory groups have been through a round of checks through committees and are now coming here for formal approval. So, Chair, I'll pause there in terms of the changes to the standing orders, and then I'll talk about the compliance report, if that's okay.
That's fine. Any questions on the changes to the standing orders? No, so we're being asked obviously to approve those. Are people happy to do that? Looks like it. Thank you. Okay, Chris, you want to move on to the second part of your.
Yeah. So just briefly, the corporate governance team have done a comprehensive review of standing orders over the last 12 months in terms of our adherence to them. I'm pleased to say that we haven't had to take any non-compliance issues through the audit committee over the last year. But I'll take you through the table in Appendix A of the report just to highlight a number of points within the standing orders. So for our first year, although there's been gaps throughout in terms of executive director and more recently independent board member positions, the board has been core for every meeting we've held throughout the year, both in public and in private. But we haven't held one meeting as a full board with full voting rights. Hopefully that will happen in 22-23 as we recruit into the vacant posts. We've appointed one associate board member during the year. So that's Andrew Fletcher, the associate member for trade union. Within our standing orders, we can recruit up to, or appoint, I should say, up to 3 associate members, and we may be directed to appoint the Chief Digital Officer for NHS Wales as they come into post as an associate member who will sit on our board as a non-voting member. All board members now will have completed their self-declaration eligibility going in to next financial year. So that's section 1. Section 2, in terms of reservation and delegation of DHCW functions, pleased to say that there's been no chair's action that's taken place over the past 12 months. That's a really positive position for us to be in. And although it's unlikely to continue forever, I'll do my best to make sure it happens as little as possible going forward. In terms of our committees, we have a committee and advisory group structure that is in line with our standing orders. It's within the gift of the board to expand that. If we want to have additional committees, we can have up to 3 advisory groups to the board as well, should the board choose to want to do that. I should just note that the Digital Governance and Safety Committee is currently operating at a core level, and throughout the year, the membership of that group, in particular the chair and vice chair, has changed for that group. The NHS Wales Shared Services Partnership, Claire's our representative as an organisation on that group and has voting rights for us. In terms of working in partnership, there's a number of things that board members will be aware of. Just pull out a few where we've demonstrated collaboration and work in partnership. So the IM Digital Network being one. A number of memorandums of understanding have been signed and agreed by Helen throughout the year, showing our commitment to partnership working. The exec strategic sessions with partner organisations have carried on throughout the year. And of course, as Michelle mentioned earlier, the stakeholder engagement strategy and plan has been approved through this board. The advisory groups, just to note, the local partnership forum does meet in private at the moment because there is a potential for workforce issues at an individual name level to be discussed. In terms of meetings, we've held a number of meetings in private throughout the year. The table on page 2 sets out the rationale for why we've held those meetings in private. In line with our standing orders, every meeting that's been held in private throughout the year has been reported to the following public meeting. In terms of values and standards of behaviour, we've had over 190 members of staff sign our declarations of interest form, and compliance to that's reported to the audit committee at every audit committee meeting. We've had to use the common seal once throughout the year, and hopefully, Simon, you'll get the opportunity to do that this financial year.
Looking forward to it.
In terms of gaining assurance, so the risk and board assurance framework strategy was approved in May. The governance assurance framework was approved in January this year. And back in May 21, which seems like a long time ago, the internal audit work plan and the Audit Wales work plan were approved and has been adhered to throughout the year and reported through to the audit committee. In terms of demonstrating accountability, the annual plan was reported to the board early on, as Michelle alluded to earlier, for this year. The integrated organisational performance report has come to every board meeting, setting out the performance position for the organisation. And as Claire mentioned earlier, the annual report and accounts will come to the extraordinary board meeting on the 14th of June. And finally, the standing orders obviously have been reviewed today and amended to reflect the current position. So I'm pleased to say, Chair, I think we've adhered to our standing orders throughout the year, and we're in a relatively positive position moving forward.
Okay, we've been just asked to receive this report from you.
Just to note it, please.
Yeah, note it, okay. Any questions or comments? If not, are you happy to note that report? I think you're still on, Chris.
Yeah, last one, thanks, Chair.
So this is the communications and media management policy.
Yeah, so I'll just give a very brief update on where we're at. So board members will recall there were 11 policies. Well, it was actually policies, procedures and strategies that we didn't have in place on the 1st of April that we would work to put in place as soon as possible after establishing as an organisation. Those strategies and policies are set out under section 1.2. A number have been approved throughout the year. So section 2.2 of the report highlights where we've managed to develop those policies and have those formally approved by the relevant board or committee. Section 2.3 of the report outlines those that haven't yet been approved. So I'm just going to spend a brief bit of time on this to update board members on the position. So the communications and media management policy, this is within the pack today. So this is here for approval. That incorporates the members of the Senate and members of Parliament inquiries process flowchart. The Welsh language scheme I alluded to earlier, that's been with the Welsh Language Commissioner's Office, and our Welsh Language Services Manager has a meeting with them next week. So I do hope we can progress that, because that's a key policy for us to develop, and we hope that can come back in September, but that does require a 12-week consultation period once agreed by the Commissioner's Office. The communication strategy we're aiming to bring back in May. The intellectual property policy was discussed at DG&S and will go back to the next committee meeting, hopefully in May. And finally, the research and innovation strategy was originally scheduled to come earlier on. We had a board briefing session in January and board members agreed to push the date of that strategy coming back to board. It's currently targeting September 2022. So that's the current position in terms of those policies and strategies that weren't in place when we established, and the plans that we have in place to make sure we progress those. So just finally, within the pack is the communication and media management policy. There's an appendix around responding to media inquiries, and there's also a process flowchart around MS and MP correspondence. So I'm asking for approval for that and to note the position with policies.
Any questions or comments? No, so you're happy to approve that? Great. I was just checking, Chris, because we had a conversation around the chair's role and it's there, so that's brilliant. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Chris. Moving on then to item 6.6, the Quality and Regulatory Annual Plan. And Claire, if you could present this, please.
Yes, thank you. So as you've already seen, quality is a key aspect of our IMTP, and as we saw from Tracy and Ian's presentation right at the start of this board, the importance of quality in the service desk. So as DHCW, we are required as part of the duties of quality and candour in the Health and Social Care Act in 2020 to set out that requirement from 2023, so not from now. But actually we are working alongside that to incorporate the requirements into our quality plan. We have a quality and regulatory team that has developed this plan and oversees its delivery. And the paper actually was presented to the Audit and Compliance Committee on the 14th of January. But really it's our first quality plan that really shows our ambition in terms of our quality requirements. It's underpinned and measured by our ISO quality standards. So we try to show outcomes and measure it by our compliance with those standards. But I think we've taken a more proactive role now and looking at audits and internal audits to enable the external audits to almost be far more proactive rather than wait for the audit to justify and validate our quality performance. So the plan in section 3 covers both the internal and the external audit requirements. It splits down our plan into quality management systems, the compliance and audits, but also improvements, measures and analysis, and importantly, the product realization, which is important because it relates to the Medical Devices Act, and we're looking at both from end to end the software lifecycle and embedding the requirements of the Medical Devices Act into the quality processes. We have a governance framework, so we show you what we're going to do, but then we show how we're going to do it. And section 4 covers the deliverables of how they will be governed through the various groups, and ultimately report to the audit committee on that. We have defined our outcomes, not just from the audit outcomes, but also we're providing advice and support on the standards, and not just within DHCW. Actually, we have facilitated that through something called iPassport, the system, and we're offering advice broader than DHCW in the adoption of some of that software. There are areas for improvement. Our internal audit programme is relatively new, and we're starting to embed that through the quality teams. And we're also focusing more on horizon scanning in relation to regulation. And most importantly, and I think the one that's going to be more challenging, is really trying to develop a quality culture. So together with the quality team and through the directorates, we're trying to integrate the thinking of quality. So it's not seen as a silo activity, it's actually what we do in DHCW. So I hope as we progress that you'll see quality a lot more appearing, that more than we already are, through the work and deliverables of what we do. So yes, so this is our annual plan for 2022-23. It clearly stipulates our ambition, our deliverables, how we're going to deliver it, and also focuses on some of the areas that we know we've got opportunities to improve on, and we'll focus on those through that governance process that we've described. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Claire. Chair. Thank you. Any questions or comments? No, great. So people asked to approve this report. Thumbs up. Thank you very much. David, the first meeting of the All Wales Independent Member Digital Network highlight report. And you haven't formally been appointed as chair of the group. There was a consultation following the first meeting, which I think has been overwhelmingly positive and supportive of your position, David, but you acted as the interim chair. If you'd anything you'd like to talk us through in terms of that first meeting, we'd be very grateful.
Yeah, I'll give you a few highlights. Thanks, Simon. Just to confirm, our nomination process resulted in me taking on the chair role for the next 12 months, and Mayor Davis from Howard Dar taking on the vice chair role for the next 12 months as well. So meeting was well attended. We had 8 distinct organisations across NHS Wales attend, which was great. We spent the first part of the meeting really checking in terms of expectations from the network, and there were some key themes that emerged out of that around ensuring a strategic alignment, knowledge sharing, information flow, collaboration, and improving digital skills across the organisation as a whole. We tabled draft terms of reference and got some really good feedback from the independent members from the health boards, which has now been incorporated into terms of reference and will be tabled at the next meeting for approval. Included within that was a intent that the chair and vice chair would be a combination of somebody from DHCW and the health board going forward on an ongoing basis. We tabled the proposal that we developed around buddying. There were a few practical problems about how we would implement that. So we've agreed to put that on hold and revisit that at an appropriate time, probably in 6 to 9 months. Helen was kind enough to come along and do a presentation on the digital priorities overview, covering all of our key strategic objectives. Presentation was well received. There was a very long, which I didn't want to curtail, question and answer session on that, which is, I think, the most valuable part of it. It really gave the wider organisation a chance to get a better understanding of what we're about. David Sheard did a very quick overview on programme status for all of our main digital programmes. The last thing was a slot that we allowed the Centre for Digital Public Services to do a little bit of a pitch around a course that they were proposing to offer to the NHS colleagues around user-centred design. And in conclusion, I think this will be a really useful forum as part of our engagement strategy to engage with the health boards and the wider organisation through the independent member network.
Yeah, I think the coming soon, folks, is the CDPS user research training. There is 2 courses, and one of them is designed for people like ourselves operating at a strategic level. They've launched the other one, so we're waiting for the second, I think. But as soon as information comes out on that, I'll make sure that everyone gets an invite to take part. Has anyone got any other questions about, as I say, this was well received. Unfortunately, there were a couple of chairs who were at that first meeting, Chris Jones from HEIW, and I've forgotten who the second was. Kate Eden, was it? Oh no, Chris Turner from the Emergency Services Committee, and they were both, it was very helpful that they were there because they were able to feed directly into the chairs meeting, but they were very supportive of the function and the content of the meeting. David, anyone else got any comments on it? And the next, so it's 6 monthly,
quarterly, Simon. The next
quarterly,
27th of April.
Okie doke. Thank you very much, David. And then we move on to the Digital Governance and Safety Committee highlight report. And there is a very important amendment in here, Rowan. Your surname has got an extra E in it, which needs to be removed. Apologies for that. Rowan, would you like to present anything you wish to before the board?
Thank you, Simon. And the spelling of my name is probably the least important thing in terms of the business of this committee. But thank you for having the scrutiny and the eye on the ball to point that out. So the committee met. We meet 4 times a year. It was the first time that I was in the chair, and I was very appreciative of the support from David, who has stepped up into the vice chair role, and the executive team who made it a fairly easy ride on the first committee meeting. We meet and we consider 3 key aspects of our agenda. One is looking at policy, one of it is to review risks, and the other is to look at the organizational learning and reporting part of the agenda to provide assurance to the board. There was a significant consent agenda at the last meeting, reflecting a lot of work that had been going on in the area of policy. So I would call everyone's attention to the work around the SAIL database with Swansea University, the service agreement which underpins our collaboration with NHS Digital, and the BS 1008 audit work. Lots going on, and general strong progress on that front. The risk conversation was, I thought, of high quality. It feels like a safe and open environment to have thoughtful conversations, which personally I think are valuable and useful. And the maturing of the organization's thinking in this area has been really clear to me over the last year, and the decision to split some of the private risks from one large block of risk into 4 more focused areas, I think is evidence of the seriousness and thoughtfulness that is operating within the organisation. It was pleasing, obviously, that the incident review and organisational learning report was clear. There were no nationally reported incidents. There was one early warning to Welsh Government on cyber security, and the reviews that are ongoing, 11 have been undertaken, 6 remain open, but those remaining open were within the time frame that we expect. In the private session, in the interest of no surprises, Ridgian gave us a verbal update on CANISC. The CANISC continues to be managed at programme level, and we will get an update at the next meeting. And we did a deep and thoughtful dive on cyber, the benefits of which we've all had the joy of working with through our last development meeting. And I'd like to thank the board for all of the support on behalf of the team focused on cyber that we've seen over the last couple of months. As always, I will continue to drum the bang, which was a new expression that we learned in the last committee meeting on cyber. As we've heard from Chris and throughout the meeting, cyber in the healthcare space has continued to be a growing potential threat. Throughout the pandemic period, unfortunately, hostile actors have targeted health in a way to fund some of the costs of dealing with a pandemic, as well as seeing an opportunity to find money through nefarious activities, and also the geopolitical position that we find ourselves in as a result of Russia and Ukraine continues to build on top of that. And we have seen generally reported, phishing attempts purporting to be for charities raising money for Ukraine, which have actually been phishing attacks. So not only do we see this in work, we will see this in our general lives as well. I will continue to raise the infrastructure investment risk and note the comments that Chris made, which again sound very sensible and a reflection of the organisation's continued focus and thoughtfulness around managing their risks. And with that, I'd like you to note that the committee also received a response from the Welsh Government in respect of their plans to move towards legislation to support the data promise, which is critical to delivering on the full benefits of the NDR. So thank you very much. I think that's everything I need to cover in respect of the committee meeting.
Thank you, Rowan. Anyone got any questions, comments? No, thank you very much, Rowan. We'll note that report. And the next one gets a little bit complicated. Andrew isn't here. The co-chair is Helen, who wasn't there. So our vice chair, who was there, Claire, will do the note report. Anything you want to bring us up to date on in terms of the local partnership forum, Claire?
Yeah, good. It was a good meeting, well represented, and we covered a lot of what I would call the annual effectiveness check, the governance check, the terms of reference review. So we covered some of the annual requirements, but it also gives us a reflection time on how effective the group is and have we got the right content, and that was helpful as well. So we then covered risk and workforce. We talked about the national workforce update, talked about a couple of policies. The interesting update from the trade union, I think, reflected some of the conversations we've had today about price pressures, and they're seeking a significant pay increase, and that they were reviewing their response to that, but they shared some of that concerns with us in the meeting. We talked about the new ways of working as well, and the staff survey outcomes, which was really helpful to gauge and temperature check the way the staff are feeling in returning to work. We shared with them some of the executive structures and the new ways of working. They shared with us the vision and mission feedback, and said that they agreed with the option that we had chosen. They had a finance review, which obviously they were delighted with, and we did a workforce review as well. I think the important thing is that we, as part of the conversation in that meeting, reflected on the plan for next year and trying to have a better balance between some of the feedback from some of the members so that we keep the content balance between what they would require and what they want to discuss more than what we want to share. So a really helpful meeting, really constructive meeting, and I think systematic of the relationship we're building through that group.
Thank you, Claire. Anyone got any questions or comment? Okay, happy to note that report. And then finally from me, the remuneration in terms of service committee report, which is obviously in your papers. Helen's already picked up on a couple of the things that we discussed there, which was the people director and the current situation with an interim exec director of operations. The biggest part of the meeting, as you'll see, was taken up around the committee reviewing exec director, executive team objectives and performance review, which is obviously confidential, but was a very productive and useful session. However, there's one thing which is common to all, and on reflection, I've been thinking it's something that we should be doing ourselves as independent members as well in our objectives, and that is in our objectives, reflecting, I think the feeling was basing them around the Nolan principles of public life that will sort of frame behaviours. And I think, as I say, on reflection, it's as relevant to ourselves, myself as a chair, ourselves as independent members in our objectives. So that was a very useful conversation. I think that's all I probably need to highlight in that. Is there any questions or comments on that report? No, thank you very much. I have had no other urgent business communicated to me. So we will move on from that. The date of the next meeting is Thursday, the 26th of May, 2022. Can I thank you all, everyone who presented to the meeting, all the contributions to the discussion. There's a lot to get through. It often is at this time, for obvious reasons, this time of the year. And I will leave you one piece of advice, because I've got 1 minute, is if you haven't, take a meter reading today and get it in if you can get through the systems, which apparently are crashing everywhere now, so that you're not charged tomorrow's rate for today's electricity or gas. Thank you all. Have a good rest of the day. Take care.
Bye.